As always, a couple procedural details. Please silence all of your cell phones. Remember, this meeting is being streamed virtually as well as being held live. This is a working group. The purpose of our working group is to review information, facilitate discussion, and to develop recommendations. As such, we will not operate under Robert's Rules of Order, but we will still maintain some semi-formality. The role of the chair will be to set and follow the agenda, to recognize speakers, to keep discussion focused and respectful, and to summarize key points and next steps. Please adhere to one speaker at a time and limit side conversations. There will be time this afternoon for public comment. If anyone would like to comment, please pre-register by signing a check behind your name on the registration sheet. We ask that at that time, if you are going to comment publicly, that you limit your time to 3 minutes. We do have our agenda. Anyone have any amendments to our agenda? If not, I would accept a motion to approve our agenda for today. So moved. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we did not have the meeting minutes submitted to you in the packet. So what I thought we would do is include meeting minutes from meeting number 3 in our next agenda, and we will approve those at that point in time, ratify those minutes at that point. Are there any questions on our procedural details?
I have something to add. So the bathrooms are just right out the store. And then if you need water or want to use the kitchen for anything, it's right. Keep going in there. Thanks.
Can I have one other logistical?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Regarding parking, I know it's a little confusing out there, but the office is not actually open today and there are no crews or anything. So you can park across any of those bays that are out there, can come back from lunch. Free for all, park wherever you want. You won't be in there right now.
Thank you, Jill. Looks like we have got 10 of our 11 working group members here. Commissioner Newcomb had commission business that he could not leave, and so we will excuse him for the meeting today. A quick review of what we did in meeting number 3. Our goals in meeting number 3 were to understand the role of the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments, to review the Wyoming Department of Transportation's planned projects and opportunities for wildlife crossings, to continue in-depth corridor study and education, and to begin our recommendation discussion. I think we accomplished each of those things in our last meeting. Our focus today will be reviewing questions from the working group and answers from agencies, and we will discuss recommendations through the consensus process. Over the course of our previous meetings, we reviewed the governor's charge under Executive Order 2020-1. We've examined Wyoming Game and Fish Department biological risk assessment and heard from federal, state, local, and industry stakeholders. That work has provided us with strong factual foundation and a clear understanding of both biological needs of the Sublette pronghorn herd and the practical realities on the ground. As we shift to recommendations, our task is to translate that information into thoughtful, balanced recommendations for the governor. This phase requires us to weigh competing priorities, obviously wildlife conservation, private property rights, economic activity, and local land use authority, while staying grounded in the purpose of the executive order to ensure the long-term viability of the Sublette antelope big game herd. So before we get started today with our recommendations, we have got a couple other orders to take care of. Our first thing would be, we have got a video which will be introduced by Game and Fish. Our Planet 2, the Freedom to Roam. It's a full clip. And without further ado, we'll go ahead and move into that if Game and Fish is ready for that. It's all yours, Jim.
All right, thanks, folks. So just as a little intro to this, this is actually from a video that was aired on Netflix called Our Planet Two. And it was a film created by Silverback Films out of Great Britain and narrated by Sir David Attenborough. It's kind of exciting because in this film, they talked about wildebeests and gray whales, albatross, etc., but they highlighted Sublette pronghorn within the video. And they came out here for I guess 100+ hours of film in 2021 and 2022 that went into the 6-minute clip. But we just thought, even though it's dramatized a little bit with the Hollywood deal, there is one statement in there that I will say is biologically incorrect, saying wolves and lions have been nearly wiped out to extinction. So you can realize that was the Hollywood effect, but everything else is honestly pretty darn accurate. And we thought it would be just a good way to kind of kick off the meeting with this, professionals doing it a whole lot better than we can depict things as biologists. You want to just hit play?
I feel when I have to drive through Salt Lake City. The same type of obstacles in crunch. It's, right. That's great. All right, over the last month, Sara and I have had the opportunity to do a lot of one-on-one work with the group. We've really enjoyed that. We've tried to come up with some questions for Game and Fish and some of the federal agencies through those conversations. We've had some really, really good conversations. I think we've come up with some good questions that have come out of that. So I think what I would like to do now is have Sara lead us into a discussion about some of the questions that arose through those conversations and work through that. And at that point in time, we'll move on to our next step, which all of us are looking so forward.
Thank you, Chairman. So, I don't know if I don't know if Joe Scott's online yet or not. Not yet. Okay, so Joe Scott's gonna be on to answer a question about, the interaction between the migration corridor and private land and preserving the ability to still, access your mineral rights, or what that means for access on private land for mineral rights. One question that I'll answer, that came up too was about how does the what would a designation mean for grazing? As a follow-up to that, I talked to the BLM and some members of the BLM may be online if we have questions in addition to this. But when I talked to them, the very first thing they said was, these are valid existing rights, and the EO says that we shall not restrict or impede the right and ability for permittees to graze livestock on state and federal lands. They emphasized to me that grazing leases already have wildlife considerations for big game, and that includes pronghorn. And they told me that migration has not impacted grazing permits because of the land standards for big game continue to be met. And so they also wanted to stress that this is different than the conversation that might be happening around bighorn sheep and domestic sheep. And that is because there's a disease component to that, and there isn't a disease component here. And so they emphasize that it's a much different situation, but migration has not had an impact on grazing permits. They also told me that designation in some ways they saw as opportunities for private land because of the way that voluntary options for habitat work can be directed on private land. And they specifically mentioned Secretarial Order 3362 that allows for the coordination and the direction of funds. And private land could benefit from those opportunities. So just an update on that, and then if we have additional questions for BLM, they said they'd be happy to answer them.
Anything else with respect to the other questions that we had received?
Yeah, so yeah, Joe's gonna cover the other question, but then Game and any questions that we collected over our conversations or that you sent us, we gave to Game and Fish to try to review today. So the presentation that the team is gonna help give should give answers to those questions. And so thanks for sending them sort of ahead of time so they could prepare. And then I think you are going to cover the black sport bottleneck conversation with your presentation.
All right, well, if Joe is not on yet, would it be okay, Game and Fish, you go ahead and the first one, and then Joe, and then we'll have him.
Yeah, you want me to go through each part?
Sure, that'd be fun.
Yeah, so. If you're ready, Sean. Can we do questions or go over the bottleneck? Why don't we do the bottleneck, Sean? You're ready? Yeah. So I think there's some questions on that bottleneck as far as the corridor going through there, and there's portions of it that were out. Sean's going to go over why they're out, what a recommendation is for moving forward with that.
Yeah, so my name's Sean Yancey. I'm the Green River Wildlife Management Coordinator, and so this bottleneck that was delineated in the Green River region. I'm just briefly going to touch on some of the things that went into this. So if you have any questions, just go ahead and stop me. Okay, so you just see this is a picture depicting the delineated bottleneck, and then some other pictures of one of the main reasons it was delineated the way it was because of the solar farm that's been constructed there.
There's also the button.
Okay, so as you can see here, this is just an example of some of the data that was used. So what we had available to us was raw collar data, both point and line data. We also kind of analyzed the current areas of disturbance within this pathway. And then also utilized on the ground expertise of the managers that have been managing this herd in this area for quite some time. So what this did is resulted in some areas falling outside of the low use polygon. There will be a better depiction of that here in a minute. But from a biological perspective, maintaining this bottleneck as currently delineated would be optimal for conservation for the movements in this area. Again, so this is just a quick example of some of the data we had at hand when delineating this bottleneck. So on the left is the raw point data, both pre and post construction of the solar farm. As you can see, some of the locations actually fall within the solar farm. That was pre-construction. And these are migratory individuals. On the right, the line data, the colors are kind of messy, but the red lines are post-construction movements. So you can see how they're trying to squeeze around the solar farm as well as some of the gravel mining operations that are there to try and get rid of those crucial wind ranges toward that. Yeah, so reasons for maintaining the current delineation, effective management connectivity, keeping the bottleneck in its entirety allows for more effective management to ensure the corridor's overall functionality. This is particularly crucial as the bottleneck area vicinity has been somewhat compromised by the solar facility being constructed. So maintaining the delineation in service area. So also to protect against disturbance. So removing the NSO, no surface occupancy protection from this area would potentially lead to carve outs to increase disturbance for making prompt movements to this area more difficult. And also the flexibility within the EO gave game and fish the ability to use long-term knowledge of local game and fish personnel, landowners, and other stakeholders as an additional data point to formulate this bottleneck. And then ultimately validated use of 35 of the 38 pronghorn that were collared post solar farm construction used this bottleneck area in some form. Now that's not just migratory individuals, that's also residents, but the migratory individuals for this southwest segment did use this bottleneck. And then with that, I'll take any questions on the delineation or any of the data or movements that involved there.
I know that some of the questions that we had were directed with respect to the buffer areas, the buffer zones, the polygons. So I think there'll be a couple questions from that. Go ahead, John.
Okay, so I actually drove that area and looked at it myself. And 5 miles south of the solar farm, you got the Union Pacific Railroad and the interstate. Do you think that that contributes to this showing like a bottleneck? Because this is actually up on the bench.
Yeah.
This is actually where feed is. And so once they drop off that bench and get down there towards the Black Fork or towards the railroad tracks, they have less to eat there. And so this might show it as a bottleneck, but it might be because that's where forage is.
Yeah, so typically what we see, especially on hard winters through this area, is that flat gets wind blown and stays relatively open. And since you drove through the area, you know, it kind of, it bails off into some terrain and in certain years, the snow loads down there make that and kind of impassable or not being able to be used. So they come down that flat or that bench to try and get basically to I-80, and then they kind of spill flat across I-80 there. Another movement we've seen, the railroad, some animals actually hit south and basically hit the railroad fence and then get to that same area line with I-80 as well.
And another part of that is, because of where the railroad lies, the railroad is supposed to be fenced off, and I think the railroad has taken a stance that they're not gonna do that fence or maintain that fence, so the antelope have a way to get across the tracks. But what that does do, it puts livestock in jeopardy of getting strikes on the railroad. There's a lot of livestock strikes on the railroad because the fence is not maintained or gates are left open. But even still, they have no way across the interstate. So the bigger bottleneck is the interstate.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. Basically they hit the interstate and start kind of spilling along it.
Yeah.
Another movement that we do see is once they get past that bottleneck, a good portion of them in hard winters will cross the Green River and they'll get up on a White Mountain. And then, for those that are familiar with the area, that kind of, that Yellowstone Road area, every once in a while you'll see quite a few pronghorn pile in there. Those are pronghorn that are coming up and over White Mountain, a lot of them from this movement. But you're right. Once they get to I-80, they kind of look like spilled paint and just kind of drift along on there to keep making it further south.
So I guess in looking at it, it looks like it would be a feasible place to look at a crossing across the interstate there. But we know that what that can entail, and also across the railroad. But that's big.
Yeah, and I have a lot, a lot of it's not necessarily for the migratory individuals. But I do have other maps if we wanted to look at them that kind of depict what you're showing, as far as like the overall raw data, like all of it. I do have that available. Bring that up. Try to figure out.
John, I got a quick question. It's interesting, and maybe I just didn't see it until one of your slides where the corridor is significantly wider than the bottleneck. So is it truly a bottleneck? That's kind of the whole, like, probably should make the corridor match what you're trying to, because you have somebody that hasn't listened to all this, look at that and say, okay, why is it a bottleneck? When the reality is there's, and I don't know the scale of the map, but a significant amount, let's call it northwest or northeast and southwest of that bottleneck. So why do you need to go? I'm just thinking of how people look at that, because to me it's
So this is
being a part of the mule deer stuff where it was a bottleneck, it was actually a bottleneck.
So this map right here is a little bit misleading in that this is resident individuals too. So there's pronghorn that live in this area here all year round when they can. So those are what those points are kind of depicted there. But
No, I was going back to your slides in your last presentation. where the delineated corridor is way wider than the delineated bottleneck.
Yeah, so we went through many variations of this as we were trying, so originally managers had it basically going from the railroad all the way to the river essentially. But we ran into some, whether that was gonna be socially acceptable for being that wide. So we focused in on basically the most important movements, those migratory individuals, which come out of that Pomeroy Basin, Hams Fork country, and they ride that flat, right around the solar farm on either side. In years with the winter conditions won't allow them to basically bail off that flat. So we have picked up that movement extensively, trying to get around the bottleneck, particularly on the, I guess, eastern side of it, on the east side of the highway there, trying to squeeze through essentially here.
So Sean, is it more a function then of the fact that when you have severe winter conditions, as an example, 21, 22, 22, 23, whatever the year was, when those animals were forced in to the highway?
Yeah.
Because of the construction.
That's a
of
large
the
solar
farm.
is the snow loads that.
That does create what would be considered main budget as well. If that's the case.
Could you rephrase that, restate that? Didn't quite catch all of the implications, probably, of your point.
So what my point was, Mike, was in what we saw in the severe winter, I guess it was 22, 23. There was so much snow on the bench that it basically forced all of the antelope who were migrating to the highway. And so the only passable area, there's just a few feet on the right of way of the highway on each side between the fencing for the solar farm. But it funneled all of the antelope into that area throughout the course of the solar farm and created a lot of vehicle animal collisions at that point in time.
I wish I had a better aerial, like bigger aerial imagery, but I'll just step over here. So this area right here is in particular very problematic. That fills up with snow, which basically as they're coming down, they have to get through like right here. Similar here, this is all breaky for folks that are familiar with this area. It's real breaky and uneven terrain fills up with snow and they can't navigate it on when winter conditions are severe, I guess. So, but yeah, these pick a lot of the movements. As you can see, they're just right there or the highway down. In 2019, is the incident where they were coming down and basically they hit this fence right here and it shoved them right onto the highway and created a bunch of problems there. But they're all trying to get to these crucial winter ranges right down here.
Other questions for Sean?
Is that, I'm not sure it's necessarily for Sean, but, so there's a lot of active and future terminal leases in that area. Not long-term surface impact, but they'll need to be, core drilling and things like that. How does having the corridor right in that area affect that kind of activity, or does it just gotta be done when the migration isn't happening?
For probably little.
Might be easier, Mr. Chairman.
You bet, Will.
I can just shoot you. Map and then hold up here. So,
Do you want to bear on?
if I could, that'd be great.
Yeah, if you could do it for all of us, that one. So, we don't want Craig having information that the rest of us.
You're finding out who the essential personnel are in this room.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So here's a map of the proposed bottleneck. What you see in this orange. This is Truman.
within the bottleneck, we have this blue, not to be confused with state land, is actually, sand and gravel leases in that area. So kind of gives you the juxtaposition of where the current leases for Trona are, sand and gravel. Sure that light green is. Is that?
What's the yellow?
The yellow, like where the solar facility is? Is that?
Maybe. There's three of them going down the boxes.
Oh,
Yeah, they're BLM.
It's feeling.
Yeah, I think it just shows up with the overlays, with a different color.
Is it depicted the checkerboard?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can turn off, let me turn off the membership.
But it's not showing potential leases, is it, Will? Cause I know when the solar field was going in, I was at Big Island and we, besides the game and fish, we were the only ones opposed to it. Because that, up right under that solar field is a potential lease for the Big Island, so. I mean, I think there's other Trona in the area, we just haven't got to it yet.
Okay.
So,
Well, I can't show you a map, but I don't.
yeah.
Anything else related?
So to answer Craig's question, it would be NSO in the bottleneck.
Sure.
So core drilling and stuff would be allowed or wouldn't be allowed?
I mean, it feels like the bottleneck areas are gonna be more restricted than the overall corridor, so. Is that something that we would be able to do when migration's not?
So when you're talking about core drilling, let's just,
Come in through the core.
yeah. So that would be something I think that would be allowed, you know. At the end of the day, you know, we're really talking about permanent structures. And more importantly, is the functionality going to be maintained? So, yeah, as far as essentially drilling and so forth, that's going to be very temporary, not result in long-term structures. That should be allowed.
Jill, wouldn't that be something that would be covered, under site-specific conditions?
Yes, whenever a proposal came in, it would all be evaluated, yeah, case by case and looking at the conditions on the ground for sure.
And that applies in the bottlenecks. The no service serves. It's not
No service.
outright prohibition, it's in all, case by case.
But we'll handle that one.
So for example, a pipeline, okay? There will be a short-term surface to surface, okay? Once it's completed, you complete it outside of those peak migration periods. The functionality of the port is going to be maintained.
Yeah, that's not captured in the term, no surface disturbance is, I think that's being made.
So if the designation goes in places with drilling strips in place,
The drilling
strips, in other words, seasonal.
Yes, because, and that would actually, we would look at that from the standpoint of what's the use, the level of use in that area, is it high use, stopover, medium use? And look at the, you know, for what the recommendations there are for whether a drainage strip should be applied.
Is there sage grouse overlays in this?
Cover that up.
I mean, I think it's important to realize in bottlenecks, that is by far the most restrictive area, which is why we made them pretty small. As small as we could, like Sean said, we originally wanted to make this one bigger, but we kind of necked it down. No surface occupancy is definitely the language that, you know, we see in the EO for bottlenecks, though. That's
But I think to get to your question, you're asking, if you do drill and you find petroleum's there, can you go in and put infrastructure in your bottom?
Well, I mean, typically, we wouldn't do any surface.
It'd all be underground.
It'd all be underground. Once we did the exploration, everything would be underground and there'd be no surface, and we'd mitigate what we did when we were drilling in, and it'd be back to, I guess, what it was set back to normal.
But we wouldn't have expected the bottleneck with NSO, like the way that this reads would allow for pipelines to cross through, and that makes sense. Like if you can, you reclaim it as soon as it goes in. But I don't know that,
Yeah, and see,
yeah.
yeah, and when I put that out there because I think that is where, in a project like that, that what is going to be the long-term occupancy? Yeah, I'm not. Verbatim, if you look at that, you would say, yeah, no surface disturbance whatsoever. However, case by case, what is the project that we're doing? If there needed to be a pumping station or something like that, I think it's a whole different discussion for sure. And I think that would be something that would need to be avoided.
And so if practice is no permanent surface disturbance, that may overstate what we're hearing. I get ephemeral uses and ephemeral activity that won't air migration with how this designation of bottleneck management directions treat that. I think we get it. I mean, I've just got confused on that. I've been reading it literally too. If it isn't intended literally, and some of the concern about the designations, we can feel differently about it. But I don't know how you, I think it would be helpful to have some assessment of that. From my perspective, I'm fine with bottlenecks as is, because bottlenecks as is are not as literal as I think, as I read them to be. That may significantly affect out something. That what really feels about it. I gotta think this came up in the earlier conversations. But maybe it didn't.
Yeah, I think we discussed bottlenecks being very literally in the language of the EO.
Yeah.
Accessing minerals underground has always been acceptable within bottlenecks as far as directional drilling and accessing, accessing it from outside of the bottleneck. That would be how we would want to have that happen. We would want it to be accessed outside so that it's still available, but not disturbing anything on the surface within that delineation.
So taking that literally, then Jill, the example that Bill brought up, pipeline connection would not be allowed with the condition of a bottleneck and no surface occupancy.
If we take that little, okay, then it is.
Which is what we're hearing, so.
Yeah.
Now, could that be something that we as a group look at as a recommendation at certain times that, bottleneck, that could be a potential? Or is it better from a game and fish standpoint to have the hard line stance on that?
How are you gonna trade commissioner, like case by case, or I
Well,
know you're trying to help us out, which is like.
Yeah.
Awesome. So
I think it would certainly have to be on a case by case basis. I think it would have to be done in a review with game and fish. Because I anticipate any of these changes would be. But in a situation like this where you're crossing a minor bottleneck and you could do it during a period of time where it wasn't affecting the migration peak times, that you can get in and get out and be claiming. Could that be a change to the executive order that would be acceptable? It's because we are tasked with potentially giving some recommendations in making amendments to the executive order itself.
I think it's up to your
review what we want to do, and if you want to try to better explain that, I think that's fantastic. I know case by case, we look at this, there's no, the way we read the executive order, there's no surface disturbance within, it's coming from underneath. We work with proponents all the time to make that happen. If you want to try to clarify that language, the recommendation, fully appreciate it.
That's something that the working group can consider, maybe.
I think this is already kind of in the executive order. I mean, the exact definition of the bottleneck says, no surface disturbance or seasonal human presence shall be permitted within bottlenecks. And state agencies shall restrict uses to those that do not impair migration corridor functionality, except in cases necessary for human safety. That seems to fit the bill of both of us.
If it's a two-part test, yeah. And maybe that's the way it's applied in practice, no safest disturbance. You pull in the second clause. You to be, it says you shall restrict uses to those that do not impair. The outburst is you could allow uses that, I mean, it says you can allow uses that do not impair. If you interpret that to mean temporary disturbance, then that sounds like actual practice. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, we do allow activities that do not occur within the migration period in bottlenecks currently. So for example, the Fremont Lake bottleneck for mule deer, there's a bike path, bike trail and recreation trail that goes through there. It's seasonally closed, but it's open for use during the summer when animals are not migrating through there. So that's the kind of, give and take we try to do with bottlenecks to allow use, but make sure we're just not allowing it or permitting it during the migration.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to suggest we look at the language bottleneck to see if it, can provide suggestions that might. I want to accurately reflect how the English applies the concepts, not change how they pursue activities and bottlenecks. Because if there's language in the subject that can be read as overstating, that's a significant issue for some folks. And I hate to see us run into confrontation over bottlenecks based on language not square enough what actually happens and how it's applied. Maybe that would be worth some of our time with some different words. Again, these are all kind of questions beginning to finish. But I don't want to advocate for changing how you get approaching dealing with bottlenecks. It sounds to me like if you just carve no surface disturbance out in isolation, that overstates what this bottleneck provision is intended to accomplish. If I'm missing something, I'd love to know that too.
I mean, the surface disturbance part is surface disturbance, but the human activity part is the part that has the seasonal component to it. And also you have to consider existing things that are there. So that bike trail I mentioned, that was there before the bottleneck delineation. So that was an existing use, but anything new that disturbs the surface would be under the direction of the EO.
Mike, I'll throw it back. Will you need more clarifying language when you're making your comments? So we can work with industry.
Yeah, I think what industry would have to see is assurance. What's a law? And the executive order as stated is no surface disturbance, okay? Perhaps I overstepped in saying that we could potentially get to a point where we could get to moving forward with something like a pipeline. Perhaps, depending on with regard to core drilling and so forth, what the extent of that looks like, for example, is that pretty impactful or not. But I guess to read the executive order literally and state it. In the blue.
I think that's the answer that we're looking for with respect to this. If we choose to then make recommendations to try and help modify that, that would be something. Just a quick question, Greg, for you. In an area that specific area, would there be a potential that you could do core drilling outside of that, yet identify the reserves that are in that general area? How many areas would you do core drilling in to identify them?
I think the issue with that specific area is you're getting to the outer edges of the trona bed. And so before you go and purchase a lease, you want to know what's in there. The easiest, most effective way is straight down, so you know what the depth of that bed is versus, horizontal. We've never done horizontal for core drilling that I know of, so.
How many core would you drill? That looks like that's three-quarters of a mile across.
They're mile by mile. We would typically do, I don't know, five cores or something like that. Maybe more on where it's on the edge of the trona bed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
back to my question. Those are the sagebrush rings, right?
Commissioner Connolly, correct, there are three LECs, non-core area LECs, and essentially over the map.
What I'm looking for is how many overlays we already got in there of rules already. ACEs, how many ACEs are in the area?
There aren't any ACs.
There's not.
Just
Is that in the old plans and
And we have worked in the sage-grouse areas in off seasons and worked around that, and other animals as well. But I think the thing I'm worried about is interpretation. Will interprets it one way and he retires in 5 years. Is somebody else gonna say, okay, nothing? So in a business, you want certainty around your decisions going forward, so.
Well, not only that, for administrations in there, we having a BLM office is the greatest interpretation you face.
Yeah.
Because right now, if you're drilling injection wells for CO2, I'm living in a type of field office that allowed year-round drilling. Sometimes that doesn't exist with certain field managers or district managers. You and I both know that. And so living with those restrictions that BLM lays upon it in the checkerboard is key to how some of this is designated and how it's managed. Because there's layers of management already going through these areas, completely top to bottom. And when John talked about the railroad, where the biggest kill was in winter of 22, it's down in my area where the railroad was at, because you funneled everything onto the railroad. Plateaus filled up, but you had 3 feet on the flats, on these top flats in that year. When they were trying to follow the elk can survive and get to the interstate and get slaughtered on the interstate, but the antelope didn't make it that far. Because the railroad.
Thanks, Will.
Literally areas that had hundreds of antelope slaughtered on the railroad.
Yeah, thank you. I think the information that has been presented has given us the information that we needed moving forward with this. So we appreciate it from Game Fish. Any other questions for them with respect to this? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so if not, well, I think we've got Joe online. So let's go ahead and turn it over to Joe Scott for just a moment.
Morning, everyone. I guess I did want to make one comment about that previous discussion about this bottleneck, because it's a good example where there's private lands, it's in checkerboard, so you have interfingered federal, state, and private lands. So a good portion of that bottleneck appears to be private.
Hello, Joe, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us, Joe?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We'll try one more.
We're working on it.
I'm gonna play through the project.
Huh.
I think we've got you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Especially.
How about now? Okay, can you hear me now? I cannot hear you guys now.
Joe, can you hear us now?
Oh, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Actually, we can just present Joe the question and then switch the audio functions around so we can answer it.
That was my suggestion.
Slowly, we'll turn.
Still can't hear me?
You're having fun.
I would just suggest that we turn it on so he can hear the question and we reverse it so that we can then hear him.
Yeah, we'll just have to mute. So he can hear your question.
Okay, Joe, we're gonna go ahead and just let you answer the question if you would. And then we will have to reverse the microphones after you're done so that we may ask questions. We'll go ahead and do that and try and work it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question is the thing, if you guys can hear me.
Okay, go ahead, ask the question.
Joe, this question's about, making sure that private, how can, about private landowners still being able to access mineral rights, if the corridor is designated and what that means for any sort of federal land nexus potentially, or federal nexus.
Okay. You guys hear me now? Awesome. Okay, so I would make a couple notes. One, back on this bottleneck discussion, because that particular bottleneck you were discussing has quite an interfingered private and federal surface being in the checkerboard. So one of the things that I don't think I heard is that I'm pretty sure the Game and Fish has the flexibility to recognize where, let's say you wanted to do some activity, but that disturbance, while allowable on private land, would be less impact to the corridor on public land. I actually think they can consider that as a more like philosophical thing. Like their goal and the executive order is very directly charged to doing the best decision for the corridor. So while things are allowed on private land, sometimes they could occur on federal lands if that was less impactful to the corridor. So that's one point. The other point I'd want to bring up is that when we think about antelope, it's somewhat different than mule deer, and we have to read the stipulations very carefully. The high use stipulation says that you cannot, like it says it shall be limited to levels that maintain corridor functionality. And I think as Director Bruce commented in one of the Game and Fish meetings leading up to identification, was that looks different for antelope than it does for mule deer. So I think the restrictiveness in high use is quite a bit less. And then when you read stopovers, it says should be limited. And that's a far lower standard than shall. So if we think about an island of private land in a sea of federal, if you want to perform some activity, let's say you want to put an oil and gas pad on that private land. But to get to that private land, you're going to need a right of way from the feds. You're going to cross some federal estate property with a pipeline, a road, some infrastructure. To my understanding, and Will's free to jump in, but you would be subject, the road, the pipeline right of ways would be subject to the EO, and the pad essentially would not. And I'd also remind everybody that part of the reason for state control of wildlife is that we're a little bit more of a sports car than the federal government. No offense to any feds in the room. So that means the feds follow our lead on how we deal with that corridor. So it's not, the federal government should be, as set up in the EO and stipulations, the interactions between our agencies. The Game and Fish is going to look at that, and they're going to make the determination on functionality of the corridor, and they're going to deliver that across that would feed into a NEPA process or any other processes. So maybe I'll stop there and see if anybody wants to refine their question or if I've adequately addressed it.
Can you try speaking now? Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
You mute yours.
Two-way conversation, what a great concept. All right, questions for Joe then? Must have cleared it up. Sarah, anything else for Joe?
Unless anyone else.
So do you think that the language is clear enough in the EO to allow for the recognition of putting something on federal land if it were going to be more impactful or a negative effect on private land? Do you think the language is strong enough?
That's hate to throw Sarah under the bus, but that might be a Sarah question. Personally, I think it's there. I distinctly remember those discussions when we were creating at the genesis of this EO. I like to think that inside the state, we're trying to do something good for the antelope, not check a box. And so there are certainly cases where the smarter land management decision is to put disturbance on public land, and I think it's there to make it. But Sarah's, feel free to tell me I'm crazy.
No, I mean, the EO is meant to serve as guidance. And then Game and Fish, uses the tools that they have to make the best decision. But I'm not the agency that does that, but that's the way that we view the executive order, which is guidance that focuses on upholding the connectivity and the permeability of the corridor. But I would have to. I don't mean for this to be circular, but I mean, it seems to me like every time we talked about migration, we haven't had an instance where we were unable to find the solution for the project, right?
Yeah, I think there's, and I won't speak for Will, but every time these projects come up, we try to do the best we can for wildlife and for the proponent to make it happen. Draw it on in-depth conversation. We're not here to stop industry, but we also want to have functionality for wildlife. So we work together really well with whoever's proposing whatever to make things work. Will, I don't know if you want to add any things that you're doing all this project.
What I would add to that is we work really well with industry. But sometimes we can't prevent whatever.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. There are things that will have an impact on the functionality. And that's a hard no. So
But we try to find alternatives. There's a hard no here, but let's look somewhere else.
But I think this is one of those areas where, as Craig alluded, industry is certainly trying to find certainty. And when you have ambiguity within something of this nature, and there can be different interpretations, it lends itself to less trust, I guess, or less faith that something like that will be done. So it's something we need to take into consideration, and whether we choose to come up with a recommendation on it. I think we've kind of got the full picture of what this could potentially effectuate if we were to have some work to try and be done in one of these bottleneck areas.
Well, I hope no one's hearing that we don't work well together, because the Game and Fish are great partners and we do work well together and get things done. So it's just something new and just want to know everything going in. So.
And that's certainly the hope that we would all have, is that's the way I've been working forward within the EO, is that there would be an opportunity for site-specific work to be done, and that this could potentially be done. So, any other questions? Yeah, John.
So a follow-up question on that, I guess, just for clarification. In high use areas and medium use areas, will there be consideration for right-of-ways, for roads, pipelines, and that kind of, through high use areas, through medium use areas?
I don't think medium use. I don't think medium use areas have really hardly any restrictions, like hard restrictions. There's certainly an indication to work towards the least impactful route, but I don't, certainly in a medium use area, I don't see any no.
And for high use, it's seasonal restrictions. Right, so if someone doesn't have pre-existing rights, you're going to follow those seasonal restrictions. And then try to move your project outside of that high use area if you can. But if you can't, you talk with game and fish, and maybe you're gonna be inside of that. You're gonna follow those, like the seasonal restrictions. Is that right?
As long as that activity maintains corridor functionality, levels, intensity of use. That's not, I don't read that as purely limited to seasonal, but going more toward the overall magnitude of the effect to the utility of the corridor. And then there's the surface. And a trigger is the cause of animals not to use it during migration periods. So that's the way I read it, like two different components
Yes.
that I may get in practice to exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and maybe I have an example. So like, one of the areas that Joe showed us, I think that was meeting two, was an older, oil and gas area, right? And they have some reclamation going on. They maybe wouldn't have pre-existing rights if, they were to have new activity. They have high use running through the middle of their field. But I think it's a good representation of Antelope are utilizing their field and their reclaimed acreage. And maybe it's not as sensitive as it appears. And that could be wrong. But if they had to go through, you can't put something there, that field becomes almost obsolete. You wouldn't have new activity in an already existing field. And they would be pushed to the outskirts of it. And maybe the outskirts don't present the same product. So I think I look at it like, they would have their consultation with game and fish. They would need to build outside of those seasonal restrictions. But if it can't be outside of it, maybe game and fish would recommend that they push them next to existing pads, right? So you don't have this scattered pads and worse movement across, right? But I think they'd have to be in there to make that field continuity productive.
I think that's exactly that. All right. Any other questions for Joe with respect to potentially valid existing rights or anything of that nature?
Joe, was there anything that you wanted to specifically say about the private land interest?
I mean, private land interests aren't included in the EO, but they could be affected if they're wholly surrounded. If you needed infrastructure to get in, but again, in almost every case in an antelope corridor, I can't see. I mean, I've never seen a road pipeline set up to a well pad that would restrict functionality of a migration corridor. I don't even know what that would look like. So I think in general, bottlenecks excluded, because that would certainly be an issue, but they seem, aside from the issues you were talking about earlier, they seem fairly easy to avoid. Certainly from an oil and gas perspective, they're a lot easier. But otherwise, I don't see that. You could have some, construction timing you got to work with, but in the scheme of stipulations, it's probably a lighter impact.
Okay. Yeah.
So what about federal units? So if you have a unitization in a field that isn't necessarily oil and gas commission, but it's been federally unitized, does that equate to pre-existing rights?
Yeah, federal units. And I think Director Bruce is pretty clear that federal NEPA decisions are also like think of Pinedale Anticline, Jonah Field. Obviously NPL is in a little bit of a state of limbo, but those large land use planning decisions are valid existing rights.
All right, anything else? All right, Joe, thank you very much. We sure appreciate your imparting your knowledge on us again. Thank you.
Anytime. See ya.
What would you like? Okay, is there anything else from the governor's office? At this point?
I don't think so, yeah, not right now. No, thank you.
How about working group members, any other questions for Game and Fish? Anything more for this one?
Yeah, I think they have more questions to address, yeah.
Where I go next?
Just to clarify on the Black Fork though, you want to discuss that later and let us know what your thoughts are?
I think we'll move on as part of the regulations, yeah.
Okay, good. Just clarifying. So yeah, there was quite a few questions from the working group. Great, we appreciate all the questions, the interest. We enjoyed answering these. I'll just go through each question and then a representative from the department will. First question. That protection program will. So can we reiterate our role, Game and Fish Department's role in development projects, specifically housing?
I don't have our response pulled up in front of me, so I'll be paraphrasing this to some degree. However, Chair, do you want me to go to the report?
If you would, please.
With regard to housing, most housing development is primarily going to happen on private lands. We do provide input to county commissions, planning and zoning commissions on wildlife values, not only for migration corridors, but for sage-grouse, other big species of interest. And generally that comes as they're soliciting input from the department to their decision making, county approval.
Just a question.
Whose question was
Yeah.
that? It was Commissioner Bernard for the housing.
Commissioner Bernard, did that answer your question? Do you have a follow-up or further question?
Not to throw shade on that statement. But the Game and Fish has two different paths that they have to follow. One is the wildlife and the other is the private property owner. And to work with the property owner to make it so it's acceptable to them in the long run. And my observation of that over the years has been, it's the wildlife and animals that are on the downstream side of that decision. So I recognize what you say, but at the same thing, at the same time, we haven't truly accomplished the protection of the animals because of that. If that makes sense.
Well, I think that's one of the purposes of looking at designation. Because designation is making the antelope a priority, not the priority, but a priority in the situation. So Mike.
Just to chime in, as penance for my sins, served on the Teton County Planning Commission. We always solicited input from Game and Fish. We didn't always get it. The agency didn't always have time or resources to participate. And the participation was modest. Teton County has, I think people think, has a fairly aggressive planning staff when it comes to wildlife conservation. So maybe that didn't leave the critters hanging quite so much. But I know as a planning commissioner, I would have benefited from more engagement from the agency. I saw that in staffing, time limitation. And then it's up to the county based on their land use regs to decide how to pursue it. Encouraging greater involvement without being able to find money to hire people to do it It's certainly the sort of thing I would like to see us do, because there wasn't much there, and I think Game and Fish defers to the county for implementation and on regulation. That's always not the case. I can see that as a basis for recommendation. But it's trying to it's trying to squeeze water from rock against staffing issues. Was my take.
And I
I
think
was never thrown up as an excuse. It was pretty clear to me what was going on.
in looking through the recommendations that we are going to be considering today, I think there are a couple that actually address that issue. And hopefully we can work those in and work into a point where it satisfies that.
And I'd like to see county staffs encouraged to do more outreach with the agency as well. To say more efficient. And the process hopefully more effective.
And I think we have a recommendation to do that also.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
Okay, this next question, Jill's gonna answer. We might need a little clarification on this. This is with fencing. But the question was, how effective is lamming wire? Workers, ranchers are saying it's not working. So I think Jill's gonna go into how we work with landowners and how we try to change from unfriendly to friendly wildlife planting. And if there's clarification, we're happy to hear.
Yeah, I guess to start, what, I don't know this, what is what are people referring to as lamming wire, whoever offered that question? Is that woven wire?
Was that Commissioner Connolly? Yeah.
It has to do with some of the lining wire out there on, what is it, 372? And places like that, and also at the Hams Fork, they just say it isn't working.
So, the lamming wire though, what do you mean by?
Bottomless,
Oh, okay, a smooth bottom.
Yeah.
Wire, okay, thank you for, that helps.
sorry,
No, that's
Sheepherder's term.
not in the world you are, so I thank you for clarifying that. I mean, we have had really extensive interest in incorporating wildlife friendly specs for these fence modification projects. And it seems like we would not be getting the interest we are from private landowners if they were not happy with the specs. We always require for wildlife friendly to have a smooth bottom wire at approximately 18 inches up. It seems to me that if that was being overly problematic for ranchers' operations, we would not be seeing the interest we are with, I mean, we have people kind of beating down our door, and, conservation districts, door as well, trying to do these projects. So I'm encouraged by, the amount of interest we've had, and it seems to me, even though there's times that, lambs or calves do slip under, we know that happens occasionally. We hear that they come back to mom quite readily, and so it hasn't ended up being a problem for the operation. Again, I just lean on the fact that we have such extensive people signing up for it, and I know that neighbors all talk. So if we were not having the interest, it's probably because there's a problem with the specifications, but it seems to be worse.
in my area, they come from the Red Desert. I'm the main route back into the Wyoming range for a whole bunch of migration corridors with cattle and sheep. And there's a lot of sheep getting on the road. And a lot of cattle.
We definitely incorporate different specifications along highway right of ways than we do and for interior fences as well. That's typical practice. We are we're making and have had agreement from landowners that those interior fences, they can be a little more liberal with a higher bottom wire, shorter top wire for interior fences versus right of way fences. We do work with LIDAT to make some of those changes, but their specifications are a little bit more restricted than what we typically do because it is a highway right of way.
It's how they get built, so like in your dandy, this is pretty awesome. That they gave us, I think for sheep, it has the bottom hardwood should be 10 inches. So like we set all of ours at 18 inches at the bottom, but I think that's largely because we're looking at cattle across the landscape of a pine and a pine area, we don't have too many sheep.
You get cattle that come through, you get range cattle, you take the barbs off and they'll just go through.
Yeah, so you still get barred for 3 of the heights. And it's that smooth on the bottom. So maybe the bottom being for sheep at 10 inches versus 18.
Understand.
will help a
I'm
lot.
around a little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
My ranchers are telling me it's not work right now.
yeah, I'm curious about the design.
Do you want to move on to the next question?
Yes, please.
Okay. The next question we received, how does weather and climate impact migration behavior? The annual variation in conditions like winter severity or longer duration, mild conditions during fall, drought, other factors like that, they primarily influence the timing of migration. So a lot of these critters, they're gonna want to use those same paths. The other component that I know I've talked about before, on those really severe winters, a lot of times they'll make kind of a secondary push in January or February to move further south. Those are some of those things that annually vary. The really great thing is that we have such a good data set with this that includes easy years and hard years and all of that, that we've been able to kind of incorporate that variation in the polygons that we have out there. It's definitely something that we're always paying attention to. I think a lot of, managers, whether they be livestock or wildlife, are paying attention to what those climatic conditions are, but it's something that, I feel like our data set is built in a way and gives us those polygons that we can accommodate that variation.
Yeah, not sure whose question that was, but does that answer the question from our working group member? Mr. Dave.
Can I go back to, you were talking about the different specs for the YDOT as far as on highway right of ways and stuff. That's going down through like 191 that we have going all the way down through it. It has a different spec on the wires from YDOT than what Game and Fish recommends. Is that?
There's a range in our recommendations. If we have options with the private landowner, for example, to put a 3-wire fence in because it's just an interior pasture fence, we'll do that. But that's not the standard. That's not, where we go is our kind of starting point. But YDOT has minimum specs that are a little bit lower wire on the bottom and a little bit higher on the top because they need to be accommodating for the hazard of safety with all that. It is still, they do have a variation that is wildlife friendly, but it's just a little bit taller and a little bit lower than we prefer for interior fences. But we do work with YDOT when they have either a permittee or a landowner adjacent. We do work with them to incorporate that specification if we can. There's a lot of places that it isn't palatable to the adjacent landowner, and so those are places that, remain more restrictive and that, it is what it is.
So are they using smooth wire on the right way as well?
On the wildlife friendly specification areas, they do have the bottom as smooth. In some of those places where we're able to incorporate that, and it's only if we have agreement from the adjacent landowner or permittee.
Okay. All right, I guess we can move on, Jill.
Okay. The next one was a question about if we can provide more information on what happens north of Farson. They're migrating down and they get trapped. So this is one where I wish Brandon was here because he knows this country much better than me. So bear with me, but really as those pronghorn are moving south, they do encounter that right-of-way fence that we've talked about before that is woven wire north of Farson for quite a ways. So once they hit that, in large part, they're going to be on one side or the other. There's not a whole lot of infiltration east and west across that highway for that stretch north of Farson. And when they do come south, if they're on the east side of the highway, they do come right into the Farson area. And the farms that are in there, we do see some movement where they kick east of Farson and then end up going south, but there is a circumstance, on some winters, we do end up getting more pronghorn than we want down there on private land in Farson. We do have some hunting seasons to help with some of that, because we know that that's not desirable for the landowners or for the herd, but, we do, there was another component of that question regarding getting across, getting across the river and, maybe across the Big Sandy. We have definitely realized with our pronghorn data that our caller data that they do not like to cross riparian areas. They're very uncomfortable if they're in an area with a bunch of willows. They can't see. And so we've seen in, several different places where they have to cross a river, regardless of the river, that they blast through as quick as they can. They're very uncomfortable in riparian bottoms. So that is also something we've been able to glean from our caller data. It helps us kind of better understand a lot of these different dynamics.
Once again, not sure whose question it was, but did that fully answer, or are there further questions?
But just to follow up on that. Up there north of Farson, where the river does come close to the highway, which is about the 59 mile marker somewhere. Yeah, where the river comes close to the highway, that is in that bad winter, that was a trap point for them. They did not want to cross the river and they balled up there. That might be a possibility for an underpass or something if we could work it there, or some way lay down panel up so they can cross there to get to the west side of the highway. Because that was a really balled up area right there. They wouldn't cross the river.
Once again, that'd be a fitting recommendation potentially for this group to pursue. Yeah. Thanks, Jill. Next. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
So just in continuation, so our east antelope herd is coming down on 191. They don't cross and mix in with the central division then.
Not north of Farson. For that, there's a stretch there, and I'm sure you guys probably know the mile markers better than I do, where that woven wire fence is. There are a few gates that they open seasonally as they can. So there's a few points that they can, but largely for that section north of Farson, the movement is north-south in there, opposed to crossing the highway. Then when they get south of Farson, then they can mix over. And we do see some of that with our caller data coming into the central section, south of Farson.
Would it be beneficial as far as the game and fish concerned to have a crossover or something north of Farson?
Most of the issue that we see there is due to fences. I think we could fix a lot of the perceived problem with fence modifications opposed to building structures. I think there would be a much more cost efficient probably way to approach that if we all got together, all the permittees and everybody, and tried to see if there's some, like you said, lay down options or something like that into there.
And I think we do have, once again, recommendations, so we will be talking about that. We'll address that too. So my opinion.
And maybe I was confused, but isn't there a laydown section that is north of Farson that's laid down every fall and put up every spring?
Yeah.
And cause you laid it down and put it up.
Yeah, there are 4 different sections in that northern part of Farson. Kind of in that, I don't think it's as far as probably mile marker 55, but there are 4 different sections that we laid down in the winter, and then YDOT puts back up in the spring.
So our recommendation may be to continue what's being done already, monitor that situations.
Once again, a lot of this depends on the weather, because our snow depth affects all of that. And the smooth wire is an issue. And I think with what we're doing now with a lot of fence modifications, laying down the top 2 wires so they can actually jump over on these winters that we do have snow amounts that hinder the bottom wire being able to go under. That does help. It does help in the areas.
Okay.
Any data on laydown areas that actually match what you guys showed us?
Do we need data?
Yeah, any data that says a laydown fence area works or doesn't work. I haven't seen it in any of your data.
I mean, I don't know, department folks, anyone have any experience with looking at data for that? I mean, we have our color data. I don't know that we've analyzed it and looked at those fence components for laydowns. I know we're looking at color data with regards to fence modifications in general through Jared Merkel's shop. They're looking at those places where we have done modifications and have now wildlife friendly, like helping permeability. He's looking at some of the color data with respect to how quickly they can move through areas before and after the modifications and things like that. But I don't know for certain if he's looking at the laydown sections or not. I would need to inquire with him about that.
How about data from any of the personnel on the ground that have seen the results of that can attest to it? I mean, is that
We can find that out. But Brandon's not here, yeah, we can certainly get that back.
follow up on that?
Yeah.
You bet.
Can we phone a friend from a retired game of fish guy sitting in the back of the road?
Sure. You can see Dwayne.
Starting in the first year I worked for the department in Green River, the letdown panels that went down in 1977. That was my first experience with them. And that went on pretty much every year until 2012 or 13. Those, if they got let down early enough, but not too early because of lunchtime, that made a big difference. And when pronghorn numbers in that migration were really high, they used those letdown panels. I don't know, I'm thinking there might be more than 4 cents there, but they should have, they allowed movements back and forth across Highway 191 regularly. And like I said, we knew when we were too late letting them down because the pronghorn were already bunched up along the north boundary fence of the irrigation project. And that's when we had issues with more of them getting through into the project than we would have liked. But yeah, those letdown panels, this was back before color information was available, but they, anecdotally speaking, from my observations over all those years, they worked. And severity of the winter had some effect on timing of the migration. I think once, the timing, the pronghorn sometimes are kind of set in ways on that. What caused more issues was, particularly during harder winters, was the speed that they had to travel at. During a regular winter, when things weren't too tough, they had a chance to move at a pace more suitable to their liking. During a tough winter, they had to go fast, and an antelope that's trying to think on the run is not easy to deal with. But anyway, those letdown panels in there, in my opinion, have been extremely effective, letting those problems move back and forth across the.
Dwayne, thanks for your observation. Martin, if you can just follow a little bit that on, that'd be great. Super, thank you. All right.
Okay, moving down to the next one. This was kind of a little bit longer question. There were some questions regarding 300-meter buffer and the areas within our polygons that are not suitable or not accessible from wildlife or for pronghorn specifically. So 300-meter buffer, it represents the best available analysis method that we have. We work with, we're fortunate here in Wyoming, we have the best of the best in the world, literally, for movement ecology. And this analysis using a 300-meter buffer is the gold standard now that's being used across the West as well outside of Wyoming. So the thing that's important to realize about that is that conditions change all the time on the ground, and there's an incredible number of things within that buffer that are not suitable. I raised an example with somebody, said literally the corridor goes over top of my house. And certainly the footprint of my house is not suitable, pronghorn habitat for migration. But anytime the department gets a project proposal, we review all of the site-specific information on the ground. So if a proposal were to come in an area where there are evaporation ponds or where there's the railroad or right of way along the highway, all of those things are going to be evaluated on that site specific, for that proposal that comes in. So I feel very comfortable realizing there are, yes, components within the corridor that are not currently suitable or accessible, but when we go to applying the executive order, we can accommodate all of that and do. That's part of the reason for the case-by-case evaluation of projects that come in.
Did that answer those questions? That may come from Craig and Jasmine potentially. All right. Move on, Jill.
Okay. Sorry, the concept of the corridor suggests a path from one point to another. Logically, low, medium, and high use and stopover should more or less tie together. So this is getting at those little isolated islands that we have throughout the southern portion of the corridor. The reason those islands are created is because we have a requirement when we do the analysis that the polygons from 2 or more individuals have to overlap. So what that creates, if you have animal A coming in this way, you have animal B coming in this way, this area right in the middle is the only place where the 2 different individuals overlapped. So it qualifies as corridor polygon. These other 2 areas, the stretches here and here, only have one animal that is using that part, that is excluded from the polygon. The reason that we use that is because we're trying to give people more confidence that at least 2 individuals have used the polygon that we have delineated as a corridor. But the really negative side effect is that in places where we have really wide distributed use, where we have a high functioning habitat that allows for distributed use, it does create some places where those unique individuals don't have their paths overlapping and we have these little islands. We do have a standard in our method. Prior to you guys seeing the corridor, we actually eliminate any of those islands that are less than 100 acres. So we've already done that before you get before the polygons come out to the public. That's one of those additional things that we do to kind of further process the data after the analysis is done. So we've already eliminated some of those small fragments. Some of the larger ones that are over 100 acres remain because of that. It's frustrating because it's confusing to people. It looks like it's really fragmented and how can you have a corridor that isn't connected? But it's in most cases, it's because those promenade are using a lot of different area to move through. They're not all on a super highway, which is actually a good thing. It shows the habitat is functioning at a really high level already. So they don't all have to use the same piece of ground.
All right. Craig, I think that might have been your question also, that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like that, and I know the overall data set's small to begin with, but the 2 animal creating that way outside is a super small data set. I mean, that may not happen again.
May or may not happen.
May or may not.
Right,
Yeah.
I agree with you. The thing that as a biologist gives me kind of some confidence is that I very rarely see a pronghorn moving by itself. Usually when they're migrating, they're in groups of 20 or more. And so we probably only have one individual in that group collared in a lot of cases. So as a manager, I kind of look and say, well, yes, it might only be one, but hardly ever see just one animal migrating when they're moving. We just happen to only have one collared.
Yeah, great. Anyone else? All right, next question.
Okay, the next question was getting at stopover areas, and reading the language in the executive order was a little bit unclear about how a stopover is delineated. So our stopover areas are calculated as the top 5% of use for each individual. So it's a pretty, basic metric of analysis that we use based on an individual opposed to, whatever years it was colored. If that individual was only colored for 1 year in the 22-year data set, it was the top 5% of use from that individual. But if that individual was on the air for 3 years, it's taken from a larger data set, but it doesn't matter if it's early in our 20-year data set or later. So the year is not really the metric we're looking at. The metric is the individual. Hopefully that clarifies a little bit on how we delineate stopovers.
I'm not sure on that one. Once again, did that resolve the question? I will take that to be a yes. So Jill, next.
I had one other on there, but and it had to do with a very similar question for medium use. Questioning, is it, like we talked about how it has to be the top 10% of these animals have to be using an area. So as a reminder, building from the bottom up, the low use polygon, 2 or more individuals have to overlap. To be considered medium use, 10% of our sample has to have used that area to be considered medium use. And then to be high use, it has to be 20% of our sample. So again, the year it's kind of all merged together within our analysis period. And for this, analysis, it's a huge window. It's, 20 some years. So it is though based on that percent within the sample. So if you're, in the north segment and we're looking at that area that goes through that, the kind of like tight area through the forested habitat, the reason we have so much high use there is because such a large percent of our sample uses that same piece of ground because they don't want to be migrating in the forested habitat adjacent. So, it looks at our entirety of our sample across the 20 some years. And I think that's the bottom of the question list that I had, but if there's anything else, I'm sure any of us are happy to field those questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for Game and Fish for answering those that we pre-submitted. Is there anything else that we can use their expertise on before we move forward on this? We'll be using them as we continue through, but if there are any questions prior to that. All right, if not, Sarah, you talked about the BLM. Are you happy that we were with that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think that gets us on to the next section of our agenda, which is basically our recommendations discussion. So we're just a little bit behind. I'm okay with that because we're going to be doing an awful lot of this over the next couple of meetings, I think. So you're all going to get really tired of me and my redundancy, but I think the most important factor with respect to the recommendations that we're going to make is that we do them with respect to our charge that came from the governor. And so once again, I want to go back and read through what the charge was for this working group, talk a little bit about that before we actually start working recommendations themselves. So going into the charge, the governor says, as members of the Sublette Local Area Working Group, you're tasked with honing in on the local issues specific to Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor. My request to you is to focus your work and recommendations on the following 8 segments within the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor: North, Bondurant, Foothills, east of Wyoming 191, Central, Southwest, Fontenelle, and Cowpet. Then his first bullet point is he would ask that we review the Wyoming Game and Fish Department Biological Risk Assessment and then identify whether risks, current protections, and proactive conservation opportunities accurately are identified. Second, to make recommendations about additional opportunities for conservation, including voluntary opportunities for private lands. Second, he wants us to review the corridor components, to analyze the bottlenecks, high use, stopover, medium use, and low use, to review and analyze the width of the protection buffer on the line sequence, to forward any considerations for local issues, to make recommendations concerning future research and monitoring. Third, he wants us to review impacts of all restrictions on development and use of lands encompassed in the proposed designated corridor, considering county plans, BLM and Forest Service plans, and recreation plans. He wants us to make recommendations concerning the consideration of socioeconomic impacts to county and state revenues, jobs, proposed and current projects, and also to make a recommendation whether enough protections are in place to address the threats or whether designation is needed. Then fourth, he asks that we review the planned highway projects, including wildlife crossing opportunities and priorities, that we make recommendations on opportunities, priorities, and other project considerations. He states he's not asking us to solve every problem and analyze every inch of the corridor, but to make improvements to the strategy for the Sublette Antelope migration corridor as best we can. So those are the parameters that he has given us. I think it's important as we begin this discussion that we remain focused on this. I think there will be opportunity for us to get into the weeds a little bit. So we'll try and maintain and stay away from that. Our goal isn't simply to reach consensus, but it's to produce recommendations that are clear, defensible, and useful to the governor as he considers next steps, regardless of identification or designation. This is going to require an open dialogue, respect for differing perspectives, and a commitment to finding workable solutions. So I have no doubt that this group is up to this task and we will do all of those things. I think that is our charge. Sara, if you would once again kind of go through our decision process and how we will be working through the decision process. We're just about ready to begin the fun one.
Sure. So everyone had submitted their recommendations to this point, and that doesn't mean that we're closed off of submitting or accepting more recommendations now, but we wanted to have these in front of you. So you had a little bit of time to review them and get into your mind where you might sit on our consensus continuum, I'll call it. And so today what we're gonna do is the chairman's gonna, we're gonna go through each recommendation. Some of them we might do as a group because there are some that are really similar, so it might be worth considering them as a whole. But if you are a 1, which is endorsement, you like it, you love it, no change, or a 2, that's the agreement with minor reservations, we're gonna move those along because that means to us that these are pretty much good to go. We might wanna make a couple tiny word changes, but overall we have really good agreement. Where we want to spend our discussion today is if we go over a recommendation and you're a 3 or a 4, the 3 being, major reservations, formal disagreement, but you won't object to it, or you do not support it at all and you will object to it. That's where we're going to spend our time today. I presented to you a really formal process of how we could, get to consensus, and we'll still try to use that. But if moving you from a 3 to a 2 or a 1 only takes a little bit of wordsmithing to clarify something, we're just gonna do that. And if everyone's in agreement with that, but we'll stick to our decision-making process. If we can't get to that overall feeling of consensus, then we will make sure that after 3 rounds and we still have anybody who are a 3 rating, we'll still move forward with that proposal as long as the majority of members are in support. If there is no consensus where the majority of members do not support it, after 3 rounds of recommendations, if the majority of members don't support it, the recommendation doesn't move forward. But if after 3 rounds of trying to make some edits to it, if the majority of members support it, but there's still a minority membership that doesn't, that's where we'll ask that we write that reservation statement detailing all the concerns with it for the governor. And then, like I said, if there is not any support from the recommendation, then we won't move forward with it. But I think, if there's a chance to really refine that and work on it, I don't see it as out of the question for the next meeting. But really our goal today is to get through a lot of recommendation work. Our next meeting, which we'll set, will be our last meeting in person together. And so we'll really want to be on target to wrap up our discussion on the recommendations. So we can get those into a report for the governor, and then I'll be, there might be opportunity for you guys to take a look at the report and these final recommendations and give feedback as well before we submit it as final. But I think that's the way we plan to move forward today. But we'd love to hear if you have any major issues with that or questions, but of course, we had a little bit of practice last time and, I think we'll just get more well-oiled as we just start working through it.
This is a new process and certainly there will be some bumps in the road, I'm sure. One of the things that Sara alluded to is as we're going through this, there are lots of areas where there is some redundancy. A lot of people had kind of the same ideas. And I think as we're talking about those, what we'll try and do, it would be hard to lump them all together right now. But if we perceive that we have 3 or 4 recommendations that are trying to say the same thing, what we'll try and do is set them aside and then maybe try and come up with one recommendation from that will be presented at the next meeting. I think that will probably be the most effective way to do that moving forward. Sara has organized this basically with respect to how the governor's charge was written. So she has got us getting started. We have about a half hour, it's like before our break scheduled, so perfect time to get into this. If you look at our recommendations, and she has section 1, which are recommendations related to additional opportunities for conservation, including voluntary opportunities for private land. And the first article that she's got under that pertains to fencing. And the first recommendation that we've got is to establish a policy that reviews the success of fencing versus underpasses and to establish funding to encourage private landowners to install wildlife fencing. Does everybody understand what the point of the recommendation is? I think it's relatively self-explanatory. So when Sara is ready, we will go ahead and poll our group with respect to this.
Just gonna put these on the screen and then I'll take this back.
Chairman, I've got a question while this is going on. Yes, I'm assuming that Sara made reference to the possibility of wordsmithing to resolve concerns. I'm guessing you want that to occur 2 meetings rather than right in the middle of our conversation.
Well,
I think, right? We might be able to fix it.
I think both. I think if there are concerns, let's say specifically with this recommendation.
Yeah.
It may be something that you feel needs a little bit more wordsmithing. So rather than voting with a 1 or 2, you may say it's a 3. We may have that be the case. And if that's the case, if we can't come up with something in the short term, we don't want to belabor our point here and take a lot of time with that, then we will move it back and then during the interim.
So maybe if somebody says, I got reservations, I think they're easily addressed or not easily addressed. That might guide.
Yes.
But a lot of times get bogged down and where does the common go? I don't want that.
No, we certainly don't want to do that. I mean, we're trying to come to a consensus on basically the concept rather than exactly what the recommendation is and what the 3 is. Very much.
Okay, I'm moving my home base so I can operate from the computers.
Sure, thanks a lot. Leaving me all alone.
We'll all be over here, I think.
This fencing segment seems like one of those areas where we all have a lot of similar recommendations. So is this where we'll go through one by one, or should we sort of look at these all together?
What I would like to do is go through them one by one fairly quickly.
Okay.
And then if we perceive, hey, we can put this all into one summary, which Sara has already done on a couple of these things. She's actually got a summary for some of these issues where we can do this. So we may look at that summary and consider that today also. And then we could potentially wordsmith that between now and the next meeting to come up with final recommendation on that too.
Okay.
So we'll consider that also with respect to that. But I would like to go through each of them individually. Once again, not going to try and take 20 minutes on each one of them by any means, but just to kind of get a perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we get started? All right, so Sara, do you want us to just do a hand poll of whether we believe that this would be an endorsement and take that number? And then do the same thing for agreement with minor reservations. Same thing for major reservations and then non-support. Would that be the easiest thing for you?
So, yeah, I think if we're gonna go through them one by one, I think all we need to hear is. So we'll just try it out. So Commissioner Connolly's recommendation. Establish a policy that reviews the success of fencing versus underpasses. And establish funding to encourage private landowners to install wildlife fencing. So I guess, raise your hand with 1, 2, 3, or 4 on this.
So if you're a 1, raise your hand.
Or you can do it all at once too. Put your number. Yeah, you put your number. So you are a 1, 1, 1, 2,
I would be a 2.
2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay. So everyone has said that they're either a 1 or a 2, so we can move.
We will move that through and we will look at it for our final deliberation. So that would be one that we would consider during our final. And once again, if we find that there are 4 or 5 of these that are very similar, we'll try and incorporate those into one. If we find that it's something that we're all in favor of, the general concept. So the second recommendation would be to continue to convert fences to wildlife friendly specs. It has 2 components. 1, explore and fund research and trials to improve fence crossing during times of deep snow. And second, stable and sustainable funding for overpasses and gates utilizing alternative structures where overpasses and underpasses aren't warranted. Anybody need further clarification on that? I think once again, fairly understandable.
Okay.
Sara, I'll let you poll them.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and raise your 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we will move that on. The third one is to support seasonal fence laydowns. It's fairly simple.
All right. If we're, yep, go and raise your finger for it. If you're 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, looks like we're all 1s.
Do we, I guess I got it.
Yeah.
I didn't vote because I'm thinking on this.
Sure.
I'll ask a question of Commissioner Slaughter since it's his. So we've ran into issues with this on the landscape already, where there's no agreement to who is putting it up and who is taking it down, and it's caused some concerns with deer and sage grouse were the targets. So I've got a reservation which is leaning towards a 3 because it doesn't implement responsibility. Because everybody loves it, right? And I'm for it in concept until the private landowner changes, the NGO that said they were gonna take it up and put it down changes, their structure or have rollover of who's there. Or in one instance, the wildlife biologist of BLM retires and nobody wants to do it. And then you've created a problem, not a solution.
And I think
down the road. So I think that's my
answer to that, Mike, would be my view of what this group is supposed to be doing is coming up with recommendations that the governor can take into account. And I believe that this is something that he needs to look at. There are problems potentially within respect to that, but our job or our purpose is not to resolve those problems. If this does create problems, I think at that point in time, they will be addressed. But I think the recommendation should go through that as a group, we believe that when properly done, obviously, the fence laydowns are a definite benefit.
And I totally agree with that. I don't want to create problems that then the locals have to deal with.
And I think this falls in line with a couple of what the other recommendations are. We will probably be trying to put one recommendation together out of several. So I think it may be able to be addressed with respect to that also. Mike.
For a lot of the recommendations throughout this, recommendation is one thing, implementation is another. You're gonna have to figure out how to implement, which means who does it, which I think is a step at which the concern Mike's raising, that would be addressed responsibility would be identified because. So I think, we can always say in our recommendations, we're assuming an implementation mechanism will work that will effectuate these recommendations. And we're not trying to predict what that will be. It's gonna be necessary for all of these, I think that kind of thing.
It's worthwhile if we, like, Mike's experience. And I would say, the conservation level, like, he's in it, is it worthwhile? Outside of the recommendations, just giving some of those notes, right?
Yeah,
And I
sure.
think Mike made that recommendation the first day when we were talking about consensus. Like, so you had some reasoning behind some of it, so just in case we landed on, yep. And then there were some caveats or some experiences or some
Sure.
notes.
I think that'd be really valuable. There's no reason to lose, you don't want to lose that.
No, I think having that on the ground experience and having dealt with this with Mule Deer corridor and things of that nature also is extremely beneficial. So as we craft these, once again, we want these to be recommendations that are going to be beneficial and that the governor will see as being something that will help him in managing this in the future. Okay, with that, Mike, does that allay? Or would you make that?
Yeah, we got another stab at it, so I'll stay too.
There we go. All right, moving on then. The next recommendation would be to continue with fence modifications throughout the corridor, lower top wires, lay down panels, large gate openings, work with local wildlife groups or local fencing contractors with reliable contracts and long-term accountability to ensure the fencing is lowered in the fall and raised back up in the spring for grazing allotment requirements. Very similar. Jazz, you're just
I'm
voting.
just doing my
Okay.
one.
All right, just want to make sure where we're at here.
Okay, this really speaks to that, the responsibility piece and some of those details that.
Okay, the next would be to pursue funding to modify or remove fencing and other barriers to movement within the corridor and adjacent seasonal ranges.
Okay, we'll get a clarification and pursue how.
Maybe,
I mean, what do you like?
maybe if we were to say, look for opportunities for
Yeah.
funding rather than pursue. Does that clarify a little bit more, Ken? We were to do that.
Or are you thinking more about who should pursue and what's?
That's kind of where I'm going. Like, we talked a lot about money and that, gotta be an avenue.
I just thought that was like not necessarily our challenge to find those funding sources.
Yeah, I think looking for them is in charge with the governor would have, if he chose to follow that.
Yeah, if we recommend that be something you look for, that's what the recommendation is. He can either find it or not, the legislature can agree or not.
Exactly. Once again, we're just supposed to be making the recommendations here, so.
And then maybe another little modification to that would be to, on the removing of the fencing, maybe clarify, remove fencing that's no longer needed in the area.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a good addition.
yeah.
What were you thinking? That would be great.
I was be right vaguely, and encompass anything extra that I hadn't considered.
Well,
To be completely honest,
maybe that's okay, like if there's something. Concrete,
yeah, that's kind of what I like.
where something's are.
In a bottleneck, you may have conifer encroachment or something like that, that would be a barrier that.
Not encroachment is another section. I guess I was just trying to think beyond my limits of my room. Yeah. Trying to be all encompassing there, so if that has to get cut.
Maybe we could just ask Getting Fish if there are categories of other barriers that consist with this. And pursue that next time around, and either clarify it.
Would there be anything else Getting Fish that you would think that
Besides fencing,
I think if you just make it vague, then we can include that in. If you say other barriers, that's pretty vague and we can, that gives it direction.
Okay. Oh. Okay, the last one in that section would be to develop a prioritization system to direct fence removal and or reconstruction, retrofitting the highest priority locations. Mike, can you thinking if you kind of explain that?
well, if you page down a little bit, removal of fencing is no longer needed. John's comment that, that's part of this is where do we direct our efforts to do these activities? Where's the biggest conservation bang for the buck? Assuming that there isn't enough money or personnel availability or landowner willingness to do it everywhere. So all of these to me can be melded into one that recommends a thoughtful process, and that's what the focus was, prioritization.
Was the prioritization having like located through like that? Where they were, this is a high concentrated area, focus your efforts there.
Where can this best be accomplished? And, the best place in the world, if the landowner doesn't want to do it, then you don't mess with it. And if it's an area that doesn't yield much conservation benefit, then you go to a place where it's more.
Yeah.
That was doing this strategically was just the concept.
Good.
A question, I guess not a question, but a possible reason we're talking about fencing. Thought that came to mind when we were talking about the solar farm and bottleneck there. You could erect a fence, partial fence, that would go from the northwest corner of that solar farm and tie it into the highway fence. But you would operate it in the opposite fashion. You would close the panels during migration season and open them during the grazing season. That way you would funnel the antelope away from that trap. Get them to go around that solar fence. So it'd be kind of like a fence that just a drift fence. Diverting fence to divert the antelope away from that trap. And you just operate it opposite. I don't know if that's where we put it here or not, but it's a thought I had when we were sitting there talking about it that earlier.
All right, want to vote on this?
On which?
On yours, yes. Okay, so that gets us through the first category that we had under section 1, fencing. And just for an example of what Sara has put forward for a summary for those, she basically has 3 recommendations that she had summarized that would affect fencing. The first would be implement data-driven prioritization and policy for fencing. Establish a formal system to rank fencing projects based on corridor importance and seasonal range needs. This includes creating policies to evaluate the effectiveness of existing infrastructure like underpasses versus fencing, and supporting sustainable funding models to support both large-scale overpasses and smaller-scale alternative structures. So that would be the first of her recommendations that she's kind of generalized, putting them together. The second would be to support wildlife-friendly infrastructure, promote the conversion of existing barriers into wildlife-friendly designs. This involves modification, removal, and analyzing new strategies during periods of deep snow. And then the third thing would be to foster collaborative maintenance and private outreach. And to do that, you would engage private landowners and local partners through financial incentives and formal service agreements. Agreements should ensure the long-term accountability of seasonal tasks such as lowering and raising laydown fences. So it kind of gives you an idea of how we would meld these together and minimize the number of recommendations. Did that sound like something that would work moving forward, and we would work on prioritizing those as our recommendations for our next meeting, and then trying to come up with ways to wordsmith them a little bit, or maybe a little bit more copacetic. Everybody feel good about those?
I think it's great.
All right. I think we've gotten through section 1, which is excellent. We can move forward. Well, we'll let you take a break here in about 12 minutes. All right, funding. So there were lots of things with respect to funding. So the first recommendation is to set up a fund or allocate game and fish revenues for conservation leases of state lands that are in bottlenecks, such as Office of State Lands parcel, the Office of State Lands parcel in the Green River bottleneck. Okay. Meg,
I would just ask Game and Fish if this is like a helpful recommendation.
I think a great recommendation is you support us seeking these opportunities for conservation easements. Again, being fairly vague. There's things that state lands does and can do and doesn't do, and but if you support us supporting them.
So rather than setting up a fund or allocate using those kind of words, more just like support Game and Fish in concept, like I'm trying to figure out what would be more beneficial.
If you give us direction to do this, then we can figure out the funding. That would be your role.
Okay.
That's how I look.
Mike, hey, I see you're chomping at the bit here.
Yeah, I don't think any agency is gonna, I mean, the agency has multiple funding priorities, and the agency, senior management is gonna reserve the authority and discretion to do it. So I think any of these that tries to say whose dollars go where would probably not be well received, but
we fully understand the emphasis behind this. It's just, yeah, we have our budget, we know where we're put toward the funding needs to go, but if this is something you recommend, we can actually build our budget and try to figure out how to do that.
I do think it could also be as another option, and it may be in here later. You know, I know I had a comment about promoting the development of the clearinghouse to try to help steer landowners to the available funding resources for different programs. An effort to develop essentially a conservation initiative involving conservation NGOs as well as state and other agencies to provide funding for doing all of this. Could be a helpful recommendation, because it could be funding, you know, that could be. So we're not just dealing with some state budget authorizations or revenues. So there might be a role for that to support Maggie, but I think you're looking for here with a potentially a broader base of participation. I'd be glad to try to develop language for a recommendation along those lines. You folks could look at next meeting, because I think we're missing the bet if we don't try to organize interest.
Yeah.
Only 3 on this one, as an elected official, state land board oversees state lands, and we have the wildlife trust fund already in place. Those are systems, just like me as a commissioner, when you're over lands or whatever. And not only duplication, but you're asking taxpayers' dollars, which could be highly partial dispersal. And I think that's a recommendation we should go through.
Great.
I think whatever we do in this funding area, we should just recommend that the governor finds a dedicated funding stream for it and not us try to implicate Game and Fish or Whiteout or whoever, because they're all running on tight budgets, and just let the governor or the legislature figure out the bugs, but our recommendation should be a dedicated revenue stream to support the Pronghorn corridor.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
specific to this one, I would have to have a OSLI, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe they have an avenue for conservation leasing of state trust lands, so I'm not necessarily in favor of, and I wish Commissioner Newcomb was here
Yeah.
to explain,
But I would
but
certainly know.
I'm not excited to start promoting something that doesn't exist, that probably is gonna be hugely controversial in rulemaking with the other users of state trust lands that already have leases and permits over something like 98% of available trust land in the state are already tied up, and then you're gonna stack some other lease on top of it. Might be interesting.
And federally, it's going away. Right, conservation.
Not all the way, but they're looking at it, yeah. So
So I would think in looking at time and the issues that we've got here, I would, it appears to me that there are some reservations here. This would be one I would suggest that we pull out. Commissioner Newcomb will be here at our next meeting. You know, we can try and work with that a little bit at that point in time, potentially. But I think we set this one back. And then when he has the opportunity to address it, or we can incorporate it into something with the others, we'll do that. Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right. Next funding recommendation would be sustainable revenue for corridor projects using the Wildlife Trust Fund in a new over the cap legislation. So I think what you're alluding to, Cam, would be to have the governor try in his budget to work with the legislature to do this. And I think that's a recommendation certainly that we can make.
Question.
Yeah.
And what does overcap legislation mean?
The fund is capped, has different cap laws, how they do it. It's guaranteed to stay a certain amount of money, and so the functionality of that has to stay there.
so you're talking to increase the corpus?
Possibly, but leave that more in the hands of the governor to look at it. I don't think anybody's looked at that lately. Making a lot of money right now.
So once again, it's something that the governor would potentially look at through this.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions on that? All right, how about voting on that?
I guess I have questions, I'm sorry. I'm still just not certain how specific we need to be with like where funds are coming from in this section. Like you brought up the point, Craig, that we should be very general in this section, and that's sort of where my understanding is. And this is sort of a departure from that.
I think, and I'm gonna speak for Kent and then I'll let him clarify, but I think what Kent's alluding to here is there is money available in the Wildlife Trust Fund. And he thinks that that's something that potentially should be tapped for this type of work. Is that kind of what your feeling is, Kent?
Wildlife trust fund in place with what we're talking about. It's the exact purpose it was created, by the state legislature, so you can handle wildlife issues. We're not getting it funded into the right places right now.
So in this case, it may be appropriate to be specific.
Okay.
And I think, let's use an example from recently fire funding and for like restoration funding for or fire recovery. So WWNRT already gives a lot of funding similar to this, but during the budget session, the governor asked for additional funding that could run through WWNRT for something similar. So I think, you know, WWNRT is a great mechanism for this. So I think, you know, in this case, it's saying, you know, potentially there's a need for it to request more money or WW recognize, I mean, I think this point about making policy-like statements that recognize existing systems or entities that are already doing good work, that emphasis could be applied to, is another really good thing you can do with these recommendations. So, you know, if the recommendation ends up that, you know, more funding should be allocated to WWNRT in addition to the funding they already have for this type of work, I think that makes a lot of, you know, that could make a lot of sense. Or it could be that, you know, we're thinking more broadly, like funding needs, you know, more funding should be allocated for these purposes. And there's some statements underneath there that said WWNRT does this work. You know, NGOs, you know, we would encourage NGOs to make this a funding priority for them, and other, you know, policy-like statements that can help support the recommendation and the direction that you see it is going. But I don't think everything has to be, you know, extremely actionable, like, or so directed that's, you know, we recommend that in the governor's budget, he requests X amount of money in addition, you know, for this specific thing. Those are, yeah, some thoughts to consider.
So back to our vote, we were pretty close with respect to.
Yeah, I think I didn't see any threes, only twos and ones, so I think we're okay.
Okay, the next recommendation would be to promote and prioritize Wyoming Game and Fish Department and other state funds for water developments within the corridor to get antelope and other wildlife water and improve grazing management. Mike, what do you want to say about that?
I mean, this is more just that agriculture throughout history has provided a lot of water for this corridor through the desert, and just trying to find funding as those age out, need replaced, or new ones are identified, need to be put in. And making sure that it's realized that it's not just for livestock. Because the corridor, I mean, specifically for this herd, the corridor, anybody that hunts certain units here, they sit over livestock water developments to shoot their trophy buck, because they know they've come through and check for water as they cross the base that are east of 191. You know exactly where they're going, and it's right by every livestock water reservoir or well that was put in back in the 50s, 60s. So.
Is the water south? I just don't know.
Like
I know where ours are, but like further south, like after Parsons.
I can't speak to that. I'm speaking to more like when they come over Trappers Point, they stop at the Steel Reservoir, the Blackhawk well, the main tank. You go down every livestock water development through the mesa, and they stop at it, and the corridor goes right by it because of that historical water availability there in the corridor, which prior to those being developed were dry.
In south of Farson, there is water development, but there's room for it. And it does help disperse the livestock while they're grazing. So like the following notice of mine, but it does help disperse the livestock away from the corridor area. So there would be more forage for the animal, for the farmer to get through. And yeah, there's room for more water.
So I do think it's a double-edged sword south, which we heard from BLM, that you get feral horses involved. So south of, let's call it the Pinedale fence, Pinedale Field Office fence, you run into, and even right north of the fence, because there's no feral horses there, but there is, you run into issues with concentration of feral horses, which cause problems for wildlife.
So I just have a question real quick, if I could, about game and fish. How does the language promote and prioritize work within the framework for you? Is it something we can generalize in a different way, or does that work all right?
Again, if you give us direction to look at developing water, we can prioritize that, or whoever we're submitting funding, grant funding to, they're gonna prioritize and make those projects anyway.
So you're okay with that as a recommendation? Yes. Mike,
Mike, are there federal funds ag available to do any of this? NRCS projects, what have, application, what have you?
There is the BLM funding through their 8100 funds, which are funds that come back from grazing, are limited, but there's not a whole lot of federal BLM wildlife funds that go towards this.
Yeah.
But it's more to, you know, that's not necessarily the governor can dictate that, so that's why I put in there. Because game and fish, conservation districts, permittees, all chase whatever funding there is available.
Yeah, that was gonna be my guess, and, for the, I mean, I recognize the conservation benefits of this. There's a particular argument that can arise over who gets the most benefit. Are they paying for their share, or you got to be mixed ag and wildlife use, which I don't want to get into, but if you know it's there. And I'd like to just think about identify language that I'll send in to you guys about building on the clearinghouse concept of trying to aggregate and pursue coordinated approach using all of the available funding sources. The state's important to do that with ag and so forth. It might get to some of this, whether we can work on the ranching side, I can't say. But because I think we need to be looking at a broader pot than just this. And if the state can help provide access to federal funding through engaging, maybe that's part of the solution as well, as looking within the state budget. So when I don't go with the one on this, it's from that perspective. I think we could have a possibility of building a great broader pool that's available to do it to the benefit of both.
I like your concept, Mike, and I look forward to seeing the recommendation you come up with. So I like having,
I'm not anti it. I know there's that broader argument that can come up. I'd like to see more around there too. So,
all right, take a vote on this. All right, that gets us to just past 10:30. I think we've been here long enough that some of us may need to use facilities and things of that nature. So let's go ahead and take a break. We will come back and start back at 10:45.
So if I talk. Yeah. If I'm talking. Well, hold on. if I'm talking? I don't know why. Now if I'm talking? Can you hear me? Oh, like, it just, hello? I don't get why it doesn't work. Oh shit, yeah. So, yeah, if someone
recommendations. The next one that we have is to support funding programs that allow for forage improvements, water improvements, which would help distribute livestock better and take pressure off of corridor areas. Once again, fits pretty much in line with the prior recommendation, I think. And I think it may fit in very well with what Mike Brennan is talking about with his clearinghouse, trying to set up a group. So I'm interested to see what will come of that. But specifically with respect to this recommendation, are there any questions?
I guess livestock better, is that, is it water improvements, is that what that's? John's coming, oh.
So John, we have a question of you with respect to water improvements and distributing the livestock. Maggie had to raise the question. So
Or the phrase question, sorry.
you can rephrase it. We'll let you.
I've realized now, like, to distribute livestock better, that's just based off water improvements, but also. I understand that. I just had to, I'm cleaning my glasses. I can't read that screen very good. I'm good with it.
I think the goal is to have more water opportunities out there.
Well, this talks to forage improvements too, which would be habitat projects, not just water.
All right, are we ready to vote on this? All right, go ahead and give us your vote on where we would be with this. Okay, we're okay there. Okay, next would be continue work with landowners through programs supported by groups like Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the Wyoming Land Trust to secure voluntary conservation easements. I think once again, it's just trying to work towards that as an end goal. See those as being a huge benefit with respect to all wildlife. So that was my point in it. Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna take a vote on it. We'll move that forward. The next one, provide funding or tax incentives to modify fences. You know, it kind of alludes back to what Commissioner Conley's concept was with the Wildlife Trust Fund, trying to come up with some dollars that are available there. And if there are incentives that are available for our private landowners, which seem like there could be some potential for those, that we should try and look at those types of avenues also. Once again, my thinking there. Questions? Okay, Mike.
What do you see as the universe of potential tax incentives when we don't have state income tax? Beyond that, I'd like to be looking for the incentives, but I just don't know what tax rates incentives would be useful to private landowners.
I guess I would defer to the landowners to see if they perceive.
I can see a lot of
They're gonna get rid of that, so.
I can see a lot of federal tax rates, things like the state tax treatment.
Yeah.
But that's fed, not state. So I love the concept, I'm just curious about it.
Sure, yeah, and
Where that is. There we go.
yeah, who knows what will happen at that point.
We're gonna save Antelope by having to state income tax.
Okay, so let's forget about the tax incentive part of it if that's not something that would be appropriate. But look at funding, I think it fits in with the other things that we've got that we can probably incorporate into a general recommendation at a later date.
And maybe you just pick incentives, like what other options are there for
Yeah.
No, keep incentives.
Probably get exempt fencing materials from state county sales tax.
That would be a nightmare to try and push that through. I don't think we're gonna do that. Thanks for the offer. Okay, so if we were to change it, provide funding or incentives, modify fences. And once again, fits in, probably will be incorporated into another overall recommendation, but let's go ahead and vote there.
We got a 4.
Okay. Well, if we've got a 4, then we won't worry about that because I think we can fit it in with other things. So we will get rid of that. Next, I had offer continued technical and financial support for, and I had 3 categories: native vegetation restoration, water developments that reduce conflict and improve distribution, which we kind of talked about, and invasive species control. My idea here, the continued support would be, I think Game and Fish is already doing these types of projects, but I think it's something that we want to recommend that there is continued support for their activities in doing that. Any questions on it otherwise? Okay, voting on it. Okay, so that takes us through our funding. And as let Sarah go ahead, what she's done there, bring up her recommendation that has been kind of morphed to include several of these ideas, would be to support sustainable funding for voluntary conservation easements, explore a dedicated long-term revenue stream specifically for voluntary conservation easements and conservation leases on state and private lands, targeting bottlenecks and critical migration segments. Number 4. So that was what she had put together that kind of works with that. I think we can probably work with the other criteria and recommendations to narrow that down to maybe 1 or 2 other recommendations that we will actually look at the next meeting. Everybody feel okay with that? Okay, on to habitat. With habitat, we have work with landowners and land managers to improve habitat within the corridor. Pretty simple. It's trying to be accomplished with the recommendation there. Vote on it. Looks like there's consensus there. Second, pursue funding to aggressively treat invasive annual grass infestations and conifer encroachment within the corridor. Hey, anything you'd like to say about that?
Questions?
Okay, questions for Maggie potentially? I think once again, there are programs in place to try and currently work on the invasive annual grass infestations. And I think showing support for that.
Just reiterating what's
Yeah,
for sure.
but I think it's important that it's mentioned and that it is supported, so. No questions, vote on that. All right. Third, we have developed a prioritization system to direct cheatgrass invasive species control efforts to the highest priority locations. Like anything you'd like to add to say the same logic as the prioritization. Okay. I think something we can combine and look at. Questions? All right.
Maybe I have a question from Michael Henn that could help. What is your current, how do you usually prioritize treatments as a conservation district and working with WWNRT on this division of funds, maybe? What kind of system do you have? Or can anybody speak to what I guess is currently in place?
So I'll start and Jill can add. So in such specific to the cheatgrass invasives, there's a task force within Sublette County that I believe is expanded to western Wyoming that prioritizes has a ranking system based on, restrictions or, land ownership and but overlaying all the wildlife layers that, the most layering, the higher priority. We have that same effort with a lot of the projects. Fence is another one. There's a Upper Green River Fence Initiative that has stakeholders and landowners and agencies that prioritize basically the same way. They overlay where you're gonna get the best bang for your buck with multiple species or multiple corridors, that priority for funding already goes through a group for each one. In Sublette County, cheatgrass has moved to Southwest Wyoming. I don't know about the fence stuff, but that's kind of how it works right now here.
Yeah, that fence prioritization tool is actually used state right now.
Can I ask, how does BLM, because cheatgrass on private land ain't gonna do anything without BLM grass? Is it an integrated effort with BLM on these?
So there's a huge integrated effort with BLM and Forest Service and state.
This may not be necessary.
I mean, I don't think it hurts, but I mean, maybe just using a prioritization.
Well, I'd throw it to you.
I just
to reflect actual practice and just put greater emphasis behind it. That's all
I just changed it from develop a prioritization system to continue.
Or
prioritization.
Yeah,
utilize.
That's great. Yeah, I don't want to reinvent stuff unnecessarily.
All right, with those modifications, vote on this one. All right, so that is our habitat. So Sara had worked on those issues and had put together a summary. Investing in habitat restoration and resource infrastructure. We would work with private landowners, voluntary, and other land managers to improve habitat within the corridor. To prioritize state funding for integrated habitat improvements that benefit both wildlife and livestock. This includes strategic replacement of water sources to improve wildlife health and better distribute livestock and funding for native vegetation restoration, invasive species control, and forage improvements to reduce pressure on sensitive corridor areas. That summarizes this pretty well.
Oh, gosh.
But the summary, I think, pulls those items together.
Yeah, it's nicely done.
All right. The next section is feral horses. Which is one of those issues. The first recommendation is to urge and hold BLM accountable for wild horse numbers and keep them in the HMAs. And remove or authorize the state to remove horses outside of active HMAs. Right? Not a controversial subject.
I've been trying to get a permit since I've been back in Wyoming to remove horses outside of HMAs because then they're not feral horses. They're just nobodies.
I think that took place in southern Wyoming at one point in time.
I mean, it basically just the governor and past governors have done as much as they can to hold the federal government accountable. This just gives him a feather in his hat for the next governor that he's got support to hold him accountable in the courts or through comments.
And they are definitely identified as a threat. So. All right, questions for Mike?
I have a comment, just so, I mean, the state currently does not have the authority to remove feral horses, so, to achieve this, we'd have to make a recommendation really that the state pursue authority, and that, right now, there's no one that can do that. Even Fish does remove feral horses, but BLM doesn't. or, I mean, no state agency has the ability to do that.
Yeah, that was more if the BLM authorized the state,
I see.
I guess, sorry to clarify that, if they would give that car.
I made a comment a little further down about, using the public awareness about the wild horses. And what I was trying to get across in that is, there is such a large activist group that keeps BLM from controlling these horses. We need to get as active with hunters and outdoor people to counter that. Because we cannot win on these lawsuits. And that's where it's at. That's where my public awareness deal was, it's just trying to get the public involved in hunters especially, because it's an impact on the wildlife.
Lynn, you've got the floor.
Thank you. I recognize that this is a very hot topic and sensitive, but when it comes to our purpose, I don't think it's a sin to the antelope migration order. Because we can't control them. It's something that is outside of our purview, in my opinion.
Well, I think it fits within the purview simply because they are identified as a threat to the biological risk assessments. Is part of that. And once again, I think making a recommendation, it's once again, we're not coming up with a means to make the system viable. We're just once again making a recommendation potentially for something, for someone, this governor or the next governor, whatever it may be, to be aware that this group is concerned that that is an issue. With that, voting on this recommendation. Anything outside of 2?
Commissioner Bernard, do you want to?
I'll withdraw. I don't.
No, vote. Okay. So do you want to I mean, this one, I think should. Is this a wording problem or I mean, we don't have any 3s or 4s, but, I just want to make sure I note it right. Do we want to come back with this? We're just gonna, I mean, for as good as stands now, or?
I would say it's a little bit of a wording, but he was already making the BLM should authorize the state for removal, and so I think it's more place to just keep that notion going. Okay, right?
Yeah, I think that just needs to be made more clear.
Yeah, okay.
Just.
Okay, next recommendation for legislation or a governor's executive order for BLM to manage wild horses as a management herd unit, just like we do wildlife. Mr. Bowman.
Beat the dead horse to death, but it's the same subject as one before. And it definitely is an impact of this migration. That's all there is to it. And so that's why that is there. Some way we've got to voice an opinion if we're going to change it in Wyoming, because we've been the last 20 years and it's just getting worse. And it's going to affect all the populations of wildlife in this state. We either do something with the wild horses or lead us out of house and home. That's what's going on in southwestern Wyoming. All you gotta do is come down here in the desert to find it out. So just a second. And so I'm piggybacking pretty much Mike and mine's not that much different. How do we make a political statement that this is a problem in Wyoming? And how do we get the governor or our legislature the authority to manage our state? We're being managed by an outside source right now. The federal government's not taking care of it for us. We're not taking care of it. So we're being dictated to on that political statement probably, but that's what's going on in southwestern Wyoming.
In support of that, last spring, I listened to the Game and Fish presentation, looking the field here on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And the confounding, complicating factors of disease and wild horse competition for habitat and resources. It's scary or hell. Basically said there aren't going to be there. Just to your point. And it is absolutely a political issue. It's a nettle that nobody wants to grab.
We heard the same issues with sage grouse. understanding on that, will giving a recommendation to the governor to ask this of the BLMs do anything other than sort of reinforce this idea that, you know, as a state, we believe there should be this level of management, but like, I guess I'm asking, can we have any kind of impact on making a recommendation on this?
Pretty much the petition, you know, try, nobody else is asking.
Fair enough.
Everybody else is standing back. We were formed to give recommendations to the governor with what's wrong in this corridor.
Once again, I think it's just letting the governor know that we see it as an issue.
Yeah.
And bringing it to the forefront that it could be.
Sure.
Yes.
Chairman, Maggie, just to give you, and if you know this, I'll shut up and move on, we can move on, but BLM does, the herd management areas are similar to Kent's herd units, but they designate a population-based for them. And the current problem, well, the 20-year problem is the BLM does not, they're not held accountable when they exceed that population base. Because in the act, they're supposed to remove them and manage them at AML, the animal management level, I think, or area management level. And they just don't. And part of it is they get sued every time they try. The other part of it is they don't necessarily dedicate enough resources to doing that. So it's not that they don't have a population that they're supposed to be at. It's just nobody's holding the BLM up. We're the Forest Service, because Wyoming's grateful we don't have Forest Service wild ponies, feral ponies, but that's the bigger crux here is, and that's been a lot of the lawsuits states won and litigated on, is that they're not holding it to the AML for each one of those herd units. They're just letting them grow and do that. So that's kind of the crux here is to, they could be on the landscape just like everything else if they're held to what they need to be at, so that way everything else can also be on the same system.
Oh, I understand and support all that. I just mean if we make a recommendation saying that the state should try to hold the feds like accountable for this, is there any way that's gonna actually happen? It's like what I'm asking, just.
I can see the governor being able to work with the Western governors, right? And being able to push that at that BLM director level to get the emphasis on that. They just are going through which topics are the most pressing at the time. But I think that there's work that they can be doing that way. And I think by making that recommendation, they'll take whatever avenue they could just.
WGA is good form.
Yeah.
And when they do remove horses like down in the checkerboard, the amount of forage, when they take them down to AML, the amount of available forage is in the data shows that it's exponentially more, as well as what you see, and you run into the less of the conflicts. Like I've sat on above a water hole and watch a stud run antelope off of water and keep them from going to water all day long.
So
because you can't go in there and, I mean, you can, but it's called harassing a wild horse and burro under the act that can get you in trouble, but they will sit there and run them off. So, also reducing that population base helps it improve conflict potential.
maybe this is a recommendation that needs a little bit more of that information just to strengthen it.
And I think it will be massaged with the others.
I mean, I'm all for it. I'm not arguing against this. I just want it to be like a strong.
I think what I've heard today is there is a lot of space to reinforce the need for the state to continue to push BLM to be held accountable to the appropriate management of feral horses, wild horses. I think that a lot of the details we could discuss can put it in there. I mean, I think if you leave it broad, you'll leave a lot of opportunity, whether that be, you know, in a regulatory way or administrative way through comments, whether that be a legal mechanism or whether the, I mean, their programs developed in the legislative level like this is, I think, indicating that this local working group supports the continued like focus on managing these wild horse populations because we recognize that there is competition and conflict that impacts migrating. I think there's, I mean, just even if looking at your next, Maggie, you have a pretty targeted recommendation for this too. So I think all of these have the ability to be combined into a recommendation and a pretty solid policy statement. Forward.
So support for this recommendation. Okay. The next recommendation is for legislation or a governor's executive order. Oh, that was it. I'm sorry. That was the one we just did. The next one would be the BLM should be urged to manage wild horse populations to appropriate management levels within the corridor. It fits right in the story of Mike. I'm just voting. All right. You got to stick your finger up, not out.
Way better from the top.
I think once again, something that will be combined. We can put those together. Okay, I want to go back because I jumped the gun just a little bit. Sara had put together a couple of other combined recommendations, I think, with respect to habitat. I want to bring them back up, Sara. She actually had number 6 would be to provide incentives for private land stewardship. And with her having it up there, I probably don't need to read these. That's redundant also. But that's kind of what she.
Did I show you? Did you look at 5?
Yeah, we talked about it. We missed 6 and 7. And then we would be on to what you've done with respect to the wild horses for potential bringing those recommendations into one or fewer than the 3 that we've got. Does that language look appropriate for consolidating those 3 recommendations that we had individually?
The notion of seeking state authorization for renewable activities might be a specific worth including this. Yeah, that suggests an active state engagement control.
I think I might need some feedback from Game and Fish about this clearinghouse idea of, you know, incentives. Game and Fish might not be the right agency. They might be able to contribute through a number of agencies. So I don't know if that reflects the exact direction we might go there.
Yes, sir, you might, because we would be coordinating with a lot of other agencies, entities to get all that information for clearinghouse. You might just make that more vague instead of just us all.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike, I got on that clearinghouse, is your thoughts like funding clearinghouse? Or resources larger than funding?
Personally, it'd be all of the above. A single point of contact entry into the world of funding opportunities, resource management, technical advice and so forth. So, and it would be the concept would be a small operation. You say, okay, we know where the money is to be found in all of these different sources, federal, state, private, philanthropy. We know where technical expertise, if branch or other private landowner comes saying, I want to do this stuff. It's really complicated trying to find it all out on itself. How do I do it? And someone to promote, essentially try to opportunity to take advantage of all of the suites of resources that are out there. And it could be basically just, consolidated financial information, contact the agencies on your own. I'd like something more active to make it be as easy as possible for a private landowner to get somewhere. The folks have to work hard for the money there, may or may not. So I didn't try to pigeonhole it. I just used clearinghouse as a confusing term. It could mean anything.
Often I think I'll just bring for information. So like if you're coming in to be a county commissioner, the uplift for being a county commissioner is a lot, right? And I've sat through a number of Jeremiah's trainings over the years. And I find that I've never been a county commissioner, just a citizen, they are super interesting and all the pieces that you have to pay attention. So funding, I think, is a big one. And then also, if you're looking on the flip side, if you're trying to do some sort of mitigation, the resources towards mitigation. So I know with the safe grouse, they're headed down that path for repository of positive projects that you could partake in. So there's a number of those things, but directly to your funding, I think of it as a repository of information.
And it could be more active support. I mean, a number University of Wyoming, other entities that have programs in range management. And they do this stuff too. UW could, for example, be a partner in putting this together. It's not just being a fish. So I think it could be as small or as large as you want to do it. I just think there's money on the table, folks not asking for it, from what I've read, from what I've seen.
Yeah, and I just wonder if that's something that the grants management office might be able to, from the financial side, not the information and stuff, but I know I've heard several webinars from them. And they'll sit down and help you fill the pieces of paper out for federal grants, which is a huge benefit because it is you gotta be pretty sharp at, and it's say it just right.
And what I had in mind is stuff like that, plus the state of Wyoming saying we support and promote applications for these things, just to help prioritization if you're looking at a different money manager. So I know there's a better way to put it than what I put in there, but that was the concept.
I think that's, the grants management office is a brand, well, sort of new, probably a year and a half or 2 years old. That was specifically designed to try to help, keep track of grant opportunities and funding opportunities and provide real solid technical systems to the public. So I think there's opportunity there. I mean, I know that there will be, for landowners, FSA office and, probably does a lot of that one-on-one work too, right?
In states where there's an active land grant college, there's whole offices that do nothing but this stuff. And I really don't know where Wyoming falls in that context. Texas A&M, half the university is landowner outreach. And it's that kind of effort. They do tend to get balkanized is the problem, or it can be.
All right. Well, did we actually vote on Maggie's?
I think we did, yeah, we're just taking a look at these.
So we're looking at summaries.
Yep.
Any other questions on the summaries, or? We'll certainly work on them, but we'll have information for the next meeting and try and prioritize those. So next we would have private land. The first recommendation would be give exemptions for easements across public and state domain when giving access to private property within the corridor.
So I can add some color to this. I'm talking to landowners. Their biggest concern is like was stated earlier by Joe, it's not so much, it's that sea of yellow and blue around their private, just ownership. And not being able to, even though it's exempt on the private land, getting a road, a power line easement through that federal or state domain at times can be challenging in sage grouse and the existing mule deer corridor. And that was something that's been expressed to me overwhelming by landowners. That they, if they're trying to use their private property, then I didn't say, I tried to word it, and this is where I'm open to suggestions. Wasn't like a resounding like you shall give an exemption, but it should be looked into and not just no, because it's public or state domain within a high use area or a bottleneck. If it's the only route into that private ground, that's the concern I've heard from the private landowners. And the intent was to not affect private property rights.
So because we're talking about public and state land, I would just suggest rather than giving exemptions, that the word give be pursued.
Consider
Yeah.
something a little softer.
Well, like I said, I'm open. I was just trying to make it to where it wasn't a shall or will, it was.
Yeah.
When you shift this down into the checkerboard, it's an absolute. The development down there is all being crammed into one spot because you can't get through the bottlenecks. And that effect, you can wait 2 years for a BLM permit. Business doesn't stick around, neither do ranchers. So there is to it. Getting access to private lands because of what's going on in the BLM is a problem.
Okay, other comments? Okay, not, let's vote. That's where we are with it. Okay, second, establish conflict areas where corridor creates private and public land access issue. Establish a policy how to handle that. Commissioner Conley.
Kind of around what he's just talking about right through there. We know there's going to be conflict areas in this corridor. How do you give the game and fish guidance? How do you give the public knowledge? What does this corridor mean to their access in there? There's going to be private and public land issues. There's still all the time down there right now, especially as branches sell and change hands and go back and forth in this. Pretty much what's going on is a kind of a land grab at some of these development areas right now. What is the corridor mean to? Can we establish where you talk pinch points for the Antelope? Do we have pinch points where what does the corridor affect those issues?
I just, I have an issue with establishing conflict areas. That doesn't make sense to me. We don't want to establish them.
I'll take
but I would say establish regulations.
I'll take
conflict areas.
So Kent, what you're trying to say is if there's a corridor for, let's say, utilities, you just want to identify that and try to almost reverse the role. Is that what you're trying to get? I'm just trying to understand what you're.
We already have the nation's largest corridors for electricity already. We are the gateway. We are the umbilical cord for half the United States and the West with corridors of electricity that go out of here. And as we get into this whole morphing of whatever's going to happen with electricity, it's going to get worse. So we're going to get better. We're seeing a growth in the demand for electricity everywhere in these corridors. The gateways, the three original gateways from Gillette, clear down through me down through there and out of this state, and the fourth one down through Rock Springs. They're tied up in all these corridors, and somewhere in this process, we've got to identify with some of the conflict areas. I think. How are we going to deal with them with all these overlays we put in?
Those are the conflict areas, and like what you're trying to say, our conflict areas are like the transmission
Transmission is just one of them.
Multiple layers of wildlife.
They're the world's largest turn up for natural gas. We haven't got just one corridor. If you take a corridor map of what energy we put out of this state, and we're the largest in the West, period. You got 28 pipelines come out of my county. Gateways to the west, those three main power lines, they come right over the county. That's why my county's called the Gateway to the West. That's the nickname to Lincoln County, the Gateway. And this Antelope Road goes right through it.
And maybe some of it makes sense to be able to add more infrastructure to it because it's already exposed that way. Then limiting it. This is that part of the. Sorry, I'm thinking of the word.
Mike, I'm open on this one.
I think my issue with this is that this corridor is massive and the potential for conflict areas. There's so many different kinds of conflicts that can happen all across this corridor. And that's why, you know, when there's a proposal, it's a case by case analysis. When what you're like pitching here is this like broad strokes idea, which it would be a massive undertaking to figure out every single conflict area and how to handle that when it's already structured within the EO that things are dealt with on a case by case basis. So I guess I'm having a hard time understanding why we would do this extra work to do that.
I'm not sure it's extra work. All you gotta do is get into corner crossings in the checkerboard. Not everybody's used to the checkerboard where I'm in the Sweetwater. But a checkerboard is a massive confusion period. And so the conflict, I regularly have people out wanting to know how they're gonna access the private land and the public, how they're gonna access it. And how this is going on. You have this layer in there. Do you make it worse? Or do you make it better?
Well, maybe if this is just about checkerboard land access, this should be
You can
specifically.
have private checkerboard that plays into it in different places too. Depends on who owns it. When you create a conservation easement, it becomes a checkerboard in itself against somebody else who wants to develop it.
So
Well, but so that if somebody decides to develop, they create a checkerboard access limitation for their neighbor, whether you like it or not, private development does the same thing. I don't know how you do this other than saying it's not covered under the EO framework, which to me is designed to address conflicts. I mean, I don't know if you'd be talking about totally exempting. I understand the problem, the challenge. I've had to deal with it professionally, but I don't know how you, to me, you're like, okay, well, this area is not covered by the, by the executive board. And I wouldn't want to go that direction.
I think this is an area where we could potentially be getting outside of our charge, even with respect to that. I see the point. The problem I have is the way it's written. I think we would have to have a rewrite for me to really support it. The concept is good. I'm just not sure how to phrase it. So let's go ahead and vote, see what we come up with and see where we want to put this. Whether we want to review it or where we go from that point in time. So let's go and vote on this one.
I'm okay with that.
maybe just massage it.
I'd go to, I'd be open to hearing other ways to approach it. I'd be a 4 if I thought this meant they're carved out and exempted from the EO. If there's another way of handling it that folks think of, I'd happily move to a 3. Because I know it is an important issue.
So this may be one, Sarah, that we can set aside, and if we've got time, we come back to it at the next meeting. If not, then we'll set this one back. But let's identify it that way. If we've got time in our next meeting, we will review it. But there were some issues with it. On to the next recommendation: information on private landowner incentive programs and funding opportunities within the corridor should be made publicly and easily available.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how Maggie feels, but certainly, I got the next one, and I feel like we just finished talking about both of them prior to our break. If you want to, I'd be happy to say, let's just consider mine. As Sarah, you look at the consolidated draft of prior one, Maggie, would you be comfortable with that?
Okay.
Sarah, does that work for you?
Yep. As long as, I mean, I think as long as my question would be, does the working group agree that these are similar enough? To consider as one recommendation that you want to sort of move forward?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak for it.
Yeah, that's okay, yeah, just want to make sure. it's okay with that.
Does everyone
So,
agree with that?
it would, yeah, it's a consensus on that concept.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you have. All right. All right. We've got, on that, Sarah had some things that she had some questions with respect to trying to combine these things. I don't know if you want to address that, Sarah, but.
I wasn't too sure about those two recommendations, so I couldn't give a formal summary that combined them or anything like that. So now that we've discussed them, I think there's more direction there. And I think you've already seen a draft of what we can do with that clearing.
All right, on to section 2. So this is recommendations related to corridor components, the bottlenecks, high use, stopover, medium use, and low use, and protection buffer issues. First recommendation would be continue to monitor and use best science to understand the corridor, and if it is still meeting the animal's needs into the future. That's a critical component, continuing to monitor it. Pretty simple, I mean, Mike, really think you need the same answer. Unless you want to.
Unless there's a question.
All right, any questions for Mike? All right, let's vote on that. Okay, second, study the impact multiple corridors have on species and private land and BLM changes to RMPs. Mr. McCollum.
Pretty much just that, I think, game and fish studies, this kind of stuff, now, just make sure that that study keeps, that they keep a handle on that. We establish this corridor, what effect does it have on you here? Because that seems to be the flavor that we're going to start establishing more corridors all the time. I don't see less. And where I'm at on the other side of Lincoln, we got just as big a corridor coming out of the cliff from Idaho through there. So does that get it? You want to be designated next? That's it. How do we get enough data to know whether we've got enough of what we've got? And I think they do it already, but just want to make sure that's covered.
I get stuck with semantics, and I think study is not the word I like. I like review better.
I'm okay with that.
Is that anybody else think that works better?
I think it works, but I can't have a question for you. Are you, with regard to BLM changes to RMPs, is it, how do the corridor designations fit RMP revisions, or should they direct RMP division revisions? What's the connect between?
Anybody here worked on the Rock Springs RMP knows that there wasn't any agreement on anything with BLM.
So carry this forward into BLM RMP revision and planning. Is that what it was? I totally agree.
Well, I kind of looked at this, Commissioner, when I read this the first time, I thought you were talking about sort of what are the impacts of having, in some places, the multi-layers of protections or stipulations from various plants or designations.
That component's in there because just when I talk ACECs, game and fish, my original discussions, but then on the ACECs and the Rock Springs RMP, they didn't really want it. It morphed into a huge blow up in the whole thing. And so we're not getting across. This gets in how we manage our state and being told how to manage our state with BLM. And so, keeping track of what these multiple corridors will have a huge effect. Dealing with BLM and Forest Service, quite frankly, whatever gets established in there, just like with wilderness study areas, you get something designated by the feds, they'll take it to the max. Those aren't wilderness study areas, they're wilderness now, and that's how they're de facto management, and they'll say it point blank. And so when we get stuff established in this state, we need to be able to have, we have no control over the wilderness study areas right at the moment. They're not doing it as wilderness areas. I have 2 in my county. And so if you get a corridor down through here, that up Rock Springs RMP will have a huge impact on how this thing's applied. I mean, a huge impact. You lock down the Red Desert, you're gonna have to worry about human involvement. You'll lock it down under what they have down there.
Yeah, if they continue with the ACECs that are under the 2024 plan, we'll have a major. So we're hoping for a change with respect to that.
Might get at answering the governor's question about socioeconomic impacts, right? So if we're stacking up all the RMPs along with what we're designating as a state to our corridors. That socioeconomic impact. So you're still like the review of the corridors. But it does need a little tweak to get to that.
Okay, enough conversation, I think, with respect to it. Let's vote on that one.
This is sort of with a little tweak.
Okay, the next one is one of mine, continue and expand GPS collar monitoring and trend analysis. I guess I would ask Game and Fish. No, this has been ongoing for many, many years. Are there, is it your intent to do further collar monitoring and something of that nature? Do you feel like it's something that's necessary with respect to this after potential designation? Or am I creating work for you that I don't need to, or is it something that you're?
If you're gonna replicate what we've done in the past, that's on cost, to get that many colors out that in a year.
No, the point was just to have additional information coming in.
That's something we would recommend. I know we're doing some.
We do have some callers out currently, but they're for more specific questions.
It certainly can't hurt, Commissioner.
Yeah, this whole section for me was just basically trying to come up with a way to document what the designation has done, if it's done, and to give information later on that it has performed as it was intended to, or that it may not be working as it should, and there could be a permanence to it. So I guess we can go to it. Any questions for me with respect to that?
I guess I have questions for Game and Fish too, because I have a similar recommendation, and I guess I wonder if we give you guys a recommendation or something like this, is there a potential that we're taking away, resources, funding for more areas that have more need for research and funding, like, maybe CWD and like, if we're saying like, no, you need to keep putting collars on Antelope because we have to make sure this corridor is working. Is there like a downside to doing that?
If you have sometimes a time where there's gonna be funding involved to do this, there's not really, but we do have a lot of the herds who never had a collar put on them or studied as in depth as this is, so we need to balance those things, right? And that's what it comes down to, and if this is something you guys think we should do, then obviously we'll take a look at it, and we want to make sure it's functioning properly. But we also have other reasons they do.
Or go ahead, Mike.
I strongly support this. If you're gonna establish something that's intended to limit human use, you better keep an eye on it and see if it's accomplishing what it was intended to do. Well, if it doesn't, then you need to change it. I think just conceptually, philosophically, it's really important to do this. One that we've talked about a myriad of other land use constraints. They're not necessarily being studied to see if they're actually having the effect that they were intended to. follow-up is really critical. We tend to, it's like easy to buy, it's easy to pay for an improvement, but you can't find money to maintain it. And to me, it's the same thing. So I support, think your objective here, it's consistent with one of Mike's comments about follow-on monitoring the effectiveness of the program. So I don't know how it should be worded, but I think the concepts are really important.
So with respect to that, then, does Game and Fish currently have a plan to do this type of monitoring, or is this something that would come about through?
We have a plan to work with the University of Wyoming and our science research analytical team to monitor the effectiveness of this. Now replicating what that means GPS collars, no, there's other ways to monitor effectiveness.
Yeah, and that's our goal, is to monitor the effectiveness, not to, we don't want to read it.
So maybe not the GPS collar part and just.
Yeah, just to review it. And I think, like the next, I think the next recommendation that I've got, I think is important. The following one, I think, we talk about the mandating a biennial review. In my mind, it's something that it needed to be done more frequently than what the executive order is basically stating, that it would be done basically on a 5-year basis. So that was kind of my idea in talking with Game and Fish. I'm not sure that that's probably something that I'd like to move forward with. So really, I'd like to pull that one out. But let's talk about the first one.
Well, I have a quick question that might help with this. So when Martin, you said we do have some plans in place that can help with monitoring the effectiveness or impact of designation, right? With UW, can you talk about what kind of tools those are? So because I may be hearing that collars may not be a good recommendation for this, but maybe they are. I don't know. And I don't want to put us in a pigeonholes, and maybe it needs just to be broad, that you have to develop a protocol for monitoring. But just,
supporting what you're doing,
So these are very preliminary. So we had a conversation with Jared Merkel a week and a half ago, and he's basically like, okay, I'm on board with monitoring this. We can't replicate the color. So here's some things we're going to think about and come back to you with.
Okay.
So to give you specifics at this point, I couldn't, Sarah, other than we know we need to do this and we're going to do this. How are we going to do it? Remains to be seen.
Okay, all right. Maybe that's helpful, that if you don't dictate.
So basically, it would be support Game and Fish with respect to monitoring and trend analysis in the future. That would be better, broaden that.
I think. Well, it's all very similar, these.
Yeah, they're all kind of tied in, so really.
Heading that direction,
I do have one question, Mike. What the problem was with Game and Fish and the monitoring periods, the tricky one, I think. I'm curious what Game and Fish thinks in terms of the timing and frequency. Because I know annual doesn't work. How much time do you need to detect a meaningful alteration in behavior? Any ballpark?
Yeah, we certainly like to look at 5 years. It's more realistic than conventional.
Okay. But that makes sense.
Having talked with them, I think, obviously, I would have changed that, but this is something I submitted really early, and
yes,
we've had a lot of conversations since that point. Yes.
If I can add to that, I think, considering if there were, significant habitat improvements, that would certainly need to be a point about that. And I think that's where to see what the successes of those ones. Definitely.
Sure. Things that we're hoping to put in place that will benefit everyone. Thank you. So Sarah, do you want to just try and combine those next few then? I think, like the next 3 of mine are basically all the same, so I don't think we need to do them individually. I think John's, feels pretty similar with respect to it. Maggie, I think you feel that way. So can we just work on coming up with one for that, Sarah? You probably already have.
So combine these all.
Throw it in the mix. I mean, mine, I just didn't go into colors, but I'm talking about the same thing.
Okay.
You know, using best available science to make sure it's still functioning. It hasn't changed.
That's what our goal, all of our goals is with respect to those comments. I mean, there were gonna be some areas like that there were gonna be a lot of similar comments. That just seemed to be one word for a lot of them. No, if we get to. Guess Mike Brennan's would be the next studying the lands, so we combine all of those others. So we go to studying lands that are not located within the proposed corridor and segments and which are utilized by Antelope as during hard winter conditions, and identify conservation strategies to ensure such lands remain available to Antelope during harsh winters. Really like the concept.
I'm your problem child, I'm sure.
You are, but it's a great, I mean, identifying those areas is a good thing.
I mean, it's the sort of thing that if you're, you know, Commissioner Connolly and others are saying, oh God, we're gonna get a corridor expansion or another corridor coming in from Idaho. I don't want to fuel that, but I also don't want to disregard the notion that, you know, some of the anecdotal information folks on this working group and otherwise have shared about the degree to which antelope could have depended on habitat outside these corridors. When they had to get there, they were the life link, and I think we ought to understand them. And you know, I don't know what the answer is in terms of the strategy, but I think and you can say the same for the next one, I-80, if it's the corridor, it's the same, similar concept is we may not have this, the corridor study isn't designed, I think, as I read it, to say this will save the herd during awful years. Because those lines aren't used all the time, might only be used during awful years. It seems to me we're leaving it incomplete if we don't think about it and make recommendations to.
Well, and I think they are really related because those lands south of the interstate would qualify, yes, as not being located in those corridor. And I think it is a concept, you know, and maybe it's something that's way out there that's not, that there isn't a potential for it to happen in the next 5 years but I think it's something that we need to look at and recognize that we've seen that as a hard stop forever and ever and ever, you know. Let's see if maybe there might be some way to mitigate that.
It'll be a hard stop as long as we don't look at it.
Exactly.
It might not be one if we do, or we might not be able to do anything about it.
At some point in the future, we might get to address them. Can we address those together, Mike?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
Like to do it.
So the next two recommendations from Mike on that. Any questions of him with respect to it? If not, let's vote on that.
You don't think that they're separate ideas?
One's more refined than the other. I do think I haven't intended them as separate ideas. You could lump them together, looking into both. The difference is we know that there are lands north of I-80 and the railroad utilized during awful conditions. I think there might be lands. I think they could be combined and study, or we could leave them separate if that makes it, if you prefer that.
Well, how does the group feel about it?
I think it's a good question.
It's a good question for the group, not just for conversations with Mike and I had. So, anybody feel like they should be done separately or have a real hard feeling that that's the case?
Well, I can see how they're related, but I'm wondering about the real intent, like if the focus is wanting to, you know, really look at those barriers with I-80 and the railroad, I would say keep them separate, because that might be a barrier-based discussion and conversation about solving that specific problem. This idea of understanding more about winter range utilization, I would think winter, you know, are areas that have not been identified yet, and what that means. I think that's a little bit separate. That's harder to do, and I think our friends at Game and Fish would be like, Yeah, that's a whole new research study, I think. That's a whole different research study to be like, if not here, where else? You know, in the 20 years they've been studying these pronghorn, this is where they go. So I think, and in some ways, you know, I think that you know, if we identified a solution over I-80 and the railroad, that might necessitate its own, I guess, study to be like, how effective, or what, you know, where, I don't know, I guess they do fit together somewhat, but I think that I do see I-80 and the railroad as kind of a specific problem that I want to focus on, but.
And that's the way I approached it in drafting. I'd say you could combine them. I don't think you have to. If there's, I mean, David Fish told me we've got a research study proposal on the second one. And then it is a more discrete citizen. I don't care. I could see you could wordsmith it either way, one or both.
Great.
I guess I would like to know what the end game is here, because the whole future of Trona is south of I-80. If it's to expand the corridor and make all of that area part of it, I mean, that's a big problem for industry with the future of Trona being solution mining and every bit of it's south of I-80.
Well, I don't have an end game in mind. I don't know if it's even possible to say there is an end conflict. If there's no way of crossing, there's no way of crossing. If there is a way of crossing, then to me, the topic is, given the evolution of the industry, speaking Trona specifically, and the reduction in surface disturbance compared to historical trends, is that a conflict or isn't it? I don't know.
Well, I heard
I'm not trying to tee up that issue, but I can certainly, absolutely, it could arise, but it wouldn't be limited to Trona either.
So I heard a comment from Game and Fish, which is, I think is pertinent here. My hearing sometimes is selective and sometimes too good maybe. But if these antelope move south of I-80, they're no longer part of the Sublette migration herd.
Two separate herds.
Two separate herds. But if we're trying to help them.
I think I'm trying to help antelope generally.
Yeah.
If this herd, if this herd escapes by colonizing another one, that's okay.
I think that's kind of the point. I think we need to realize that is the case. But the intent is good.
It's genetic exchange.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Does it do anything else to help like the stuff that we saw with YDOT and like getting up and over, or does it help any of that?
You take away I-80, things are gonna be a lot different.
Yeah.
We're here talking about designating a corridor. Protecting antelope is the reason for designating a corridor. And if there was that exchange in between the herd units, to me, that's beneficial to the resources as a whole.
It's proven that the herd has a better chance of sustaining itself if it's able to get farther south.
Yeah.
So I think it fits in.
Yeah, but that might alleviate some of the, is there an end game about expanding this corridor? No, it might change. It might change, it'd be a different end game, but I don't have that in mind.
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion and I get to be the boss every once in a while just for this reason. So I think we will separate them and vote on the two issues separately. So let's vote on Mike's recommendation to study lands that are not located within the proposed corridor segments. And then we will vote on the other one. So on that first recommendation, all those in favor give you your choice.
2 3s.
Okay, so I think that's one that we set back. Is it? With those who voted 3, would it be something that changing?
Well, the thing that comes to mind, that is checkerboard. All that country is checkerboard. It is winter grazing for livestock. So when you talk about studying lands, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. So it could impact livelihood. And so that's a concern.
Certainly viable concern. Anything else from someone who voted 3? No more than one.
Just opens and inflated spaghetti books.
Okay, you don't want to get that far outside of out in front of our skis, huh? Okay. All right, how about the next suggestion then? Research potential crossing technologies and locations along the I-80 and Union Pacific Railroad corridor. I assume we're gonna see pretty much similar result, but let's vote on that. See 1-3.
Jasmine, yeah, 1-3.
Jasmine, what is there?
It's just the hesitation between the two herds. And then if it's not helping feed information or a solution,
Okay, so,
maybe.
so not the world's largest reservation, but a reservation.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and put it back also. Sarah can talk about it then later on.
So I got a question that maybe Game and Fish could think about. Prior to I-80, this is gonna go deep back into the archives. Were those two separate herds? When it was just the Lincoln Highway,
That data every, all the time.
when it's just the Lincoln Highway, it wasn't as massive.
That was even before me.
No, nothing before we.
I think they built it in 68, didn't they finish it?
No, actually, well, the last part of that, by the third junction, when it's finished.
And the reason I say that is, it's been, and the railroad was way older than that, but. The reason I say that is we humans might have created two different herds. Yeah, so I know, but I'm getting to the point of, if you can get back across it, going to. You know, they spill out like paint, I think, Sherman, you said that, you know, obviously they want to go south in bad winters. And so right now, we're stopping them from doing that. So if there's an opportunity to overcome major lift, but also realize that that's probably only gonna get used in hard winters. But maybe it would, I don't know, there's a lot of unknowns to that.
Yeah.
So a lot of time we're concentrating on I-80. The railroad comes through Lincoln County way above that, comes right through the Carter. Those, part of this herd is crossing the Carter and hard winters. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do is be around that area, watch that flow that's coming across. Nugget Canyon, which was the first under big underpasses. We got 7 underpasses underneath there that go right into the railroad, right into the funnel into it. By the time you get to the Carter, you get the same effect. And so the railroad for me is just as big an issue in this, that bargaining right there, because this herd is affected by it. They came to the interstate, part of them crossed the Carter. That's all there is to it. And I mean, I go back and forth on the Carter all the time. And I watch those herds, what they do in a hard winter. And you're driving there from the Wyoming range back around that way, down that route in there. So the railroad, I think it warrants us to look at this one because of the railroad alone. I-80 maybe is a separate subject, but this herd is affected by that railroad right through the track.
Yeah, as we get to final deliberations, I think we'll get through that. Mike, I'm gonna give you 1 second because it's 12 o'clock and I'm hungry, so no, just 5 seconds.
All of the driving consideration in the designation is how do we address diminishing habitat in light of existing human development activities. What I'm looking for here, and I'm really open to other ideas as to how to do it, is can we expand the habitat available to that herd? If we can expand habitat available to the herd, that gives us additional tools to look at how flexible should you be in trading off antelope impacts and human resource development. I'm looking for a broader habitat pool that could help address some of the conflicts that we have because we started building stuff before we started worrying about this. And that's my motive there. I said, there may be other things. And I would ask folks to think about, are there other opportunities to create habitat, accessible habitat that I sure as heck don't know about that could reduce the tension where we have high use bottleneck kind of limitations? If so, life improves for a broader spectrum of interests than antelope, but it sure makes antelope's life easier. That's the thinking that took me to this, that I don't pretend to have a corner on ideas that might support that.
I think once again, it's an excellent idea, and it is something that I believe fits in the realm of recommendations that we make to try and help.
There
Regardless.
might be a better one, there might be better ideas somebody around this table could think of than what I put on the table and we can talk about next.
And we'll have that time to look at these, so that, and people, everybody can look at them and maybe make a suggestion that makes better. Address at that point. Yeah. Any other comments? If not, we're just moving into buffers, which would be a great thing for us to come back for after lunch. So we will go ahead and take off for lunch and be back here, I believe at 1:30.